All right, welcome back, everyone. That was a fun little ending for all of you, ain't it? That was a fun little time. Might be a little mystery coming through. Who knows? But players, why don't you give us a sound off to see who's here today?
Ah!
I miss my fox wife.
Yeah. But no, hello everybody.
Joe Bias just jumped right on my keyboard.
Oh my god.
That explains the message I just saw in Discord there. That explains a lot. I thought you were having a stim moment for a second.
No, so he's out of the room now, but oh lord, I don't know how he managed to hit just a single key, but he did.
It was an urgent message he needed to tell us.
That's kind of very
For
impressive
viewers,
with just one key.
while I was saying hello and welcome to everybody, there was just a long string of like closed brackets sent by Danny. I'm like, oh, it must be a stim thing. No, it's just a dog. Got it.
I'm being licked right now.
Fair enough.
Good to know.
I lost my son, but why is he like this?
He had things he had to say.
He did.
But welcome everybody. I know this is going to come 2 weeks later, but I am really sorry I've been slow on the stuff. Turns out, for those of you who may not know, I got a blister, as I said in the community, that healed up, and then I had to go get checked out because bad stuff with my toe. Let's just say, chronic ingrown toenail issue that I'll be probably going for a surgery next year about. We'll have to look into what happens there, but we will see. Point is, it's been a little bit of a slow time, but I do have a few I'll be posting. I'll probably post them into the new year as well. Who knows? We'll have some fun with it. But we have some fun times with everyone. We got a few shout outs to give out to everybody here. Few of the players here have a few things I'm going to shout out. As you all heard from what would probably be 2 weeks ago, the episode that came out is the song. Obviously, we love to support our players. I love to make sure they're all okay. So if you got some money and you want to hear some wonderful music, head on over to Tavern Cat Records for some great instrumentals, lyrical music, anything to make your campaign give a pop to itself. Have some fun. Please commission the fella. He is a very good musician.
I have a music degree. Please hire me.
Indeed.
Give him money. I need to drag his ass to California.
That too!
That also helps.
And speaking of dragging someone around, please, for those of you who like Twitch and streaming, especially Final Fantasy and some fun games, head on over to Churgo II's streams, where they will be covering Final Fantasy, as well as a few other fun games, going through, I believe it was Dawn Trail?
Yeah, EX3 is, we're starting EX3 tomorrow our time, so, oh boy.
And of course, supporting Churgo II as well as Tavern Cat Records helps support everybody here. So head on over to the stream, take a look, give him a like, all that kind of stuff, and have some fun. As for the audience here, as a reminder, anytime we get fan art or anything else, we'd love to take a look at it. We love to give a shout out, and actually, this time I would like to give a shout out to two characters who I have seen a lot of times come out. I do not remember their names right now, but a big shout out to Multi Fandom Studios KV2MR, as well as the Lost Ones, who have made two fantastic and characters. They tell them about us in the live stream. I think they're coming along really good, and who knows, might give a deep dive kind of shout out later, but I just want to give a shout out to those characters. I'm really happy about it. And of course, we're never going to use these characters. I always want to say that we're never going to use those characters, just like how Chaos Dragon 33 has said that they are making a character, and I'm going to give them a shout out there because, hey, giving a shout out with that. But we are never going to use these characters. I think we all agree here. We're never going to use these characters. We just like to give a shout out because, hey, if you guys make characters to fit into Trothar, we're going to give you a shout out. Like, thank you very much. We love to see the work done. We're just never going to put them in the campaign, Nothing against anybody. We're just going to keep it to the characters here. But
We
no.
love all the...
You first?
Should I go first?
We love everything that you make for us. We're so happy to see you all excited for the campaign and everything. We are not beholden to any of your whims.
I mean, that's a short way of saying it. Like, I
Yeah.
love how I'm the one that explains it in detail and you explain it, like, in a sentence.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, you all made those blurbos? Those are your blurbos.
And you can
Exactly.
and you can always use those blurbles in your own campaigns.
Yeah,
Yes.
like, totally. Take those
Just-
characters and put them in your own campaigns. I would love to hear how you take those characters and use them. Never be afraid to do that. They're just not going to be in Trothar, and that's okay. I think they're going to be even better in different campaigns. Have fun with them.
That just means you get to be the ones who traumatize them yourselves.
Exactly.
That's always fun.
Nelly, but there are those who are wondering, I believe Shadow Leap and Ivy's characters will be back next week. So unfortunately, we're going to have to be catless for right now. They've probably gone off to the Cats musical. I don't know where they are. Heaviside Lair, all that
Well,
jazz.
the cardboard cutouts are starting to get soggy, so hopefully they come back soon so we can replace
I
them.
cannot be helping that I have wild magic surges and there just so happen to be a cloud, okay? I'm sorry.
Indeed. But no, players, are we ready?
Yep.
All right. Well, before we get started in the actual game, we always have to give a little bit of a warning, and this one I have to give for quite a bit of things. So, Trothar Chronicles is not intended for young audiences, if it wasn't clear from the swearing and other things that happen. But there are some other topics that come up quite often, which is abusive relationships, gore and violence sometimes, animal abuse, heavy with the animal abuse, manipulation, power dynamics, all of that, as well as religious trauma with very few people. In the case of what's coming up in the next few sessions, especially this session, you're going to see a lot more of a domestic abuse relationship, gaslighting and manipulation, as well as orbiting, and in some cases, poisonings in the next mission.
I
Please be
wonder who the
advised.
domestic abuse is going to be about.
Right? I wonder who!
It's not like Mabel's marriage is bad.
But poisoning is going to be a big one for the next one. I personally get very anxious about poisoning situations, so if you need to take a step back from that one, please don't be afraid to do so. We don't want you putting your mental health down because you want to watch a campaign. Please put your mental health first. Focus on that. Viewer discretion is advised. Child abuse will also be talked about in this one from a therapy point of view, as well as children talking about things they went through, but you are never going to see the child abuse specifically. The closest we're ever going to get to is stuff that happened with Clementine, which is Clementine being afraid of her dad and then the dad going to do something, but never getting the opportunity to do so. Because these dark things will happen in the campaign, but as always, good will win, even if it's a little bit of a drawn-out battle to do so. Isn't that right, everybody?
Unfortunately, making a difference takes time.
Exactly.
So here.
But, of course, viewer discretion is advised. We want to give you this warning every time so you know what's going on, and specifically just these more specific warnings so that you guys can know what will come up more often than not. But alright, players, with that out of the way, are we ready to get started on today's adventure?
Yay!
Time to be a
Alright.
responsible parent, I guess.
Indeed. Okay, so as all of you remember, this was lunchtime, and nearing the end of lunchtime, there were some fun things that happened. First and foremost, let's recap what happened. So you all went from the Sovereign, and you decided to go talk to, well, Hollyhock, the fun little person that's everybody's best friend. Not really. An event happened with Clover where she basically talked to the Sovereign, and the Sovereign revealed that she had been keeping a lie, and eventually parted ways, all that kind of stuff. You went to Hollyhock. Hollyhock gave you a little bit of information into her backstory and why she's like this, and even explained that while she can't help you guys because there's a lot of people hiding from the Sovereign right now, she can give a little bit of insight. You guys went to your classes, saw the Sovereign and his effect across the entire classes, went to lunch, enjoyed some time with yourselves, got to meet some other students, and then something strange happened, which is that Clover apparently revealed to Mabel that she has a secret, which was the deal. And it's almost like Clover didn't recognize it. As a quick little pop-in for each of you, Octavio got to meet the serenades, as well as hear that, well, he might have a issue with different species of himself because he's not spent a lot of time with it. That was a universal thing with everybody here. Rustling found out about the charioteering, as well as a few others, finding out that her daughter is probably a Silky, and will need to get her to the water soon if she's hoping the child will survive. We had Yarrow hearing about the fact that he and Team Undergrowth are going to have to fight a little bit for some bucks that are trying to, I'd say in a summary, win over their does, if we will. But they're not really going to do anything. It's just like a quick little thing, but it's not actually they're going to force something. And then Mabel heard that Brilliance is trying to recruit him into helping out financially, the Clover stuff, as well as finding out that he's actually quite attractive in the idea of female half-dragons. When Yarrow confronted Clover about what happened, Clover had a panic attack, flustered about what happened, and unsure about what's going on, which is when you all meet up. Players, you all had some thoughts. Clover walked off, and as you're all trying to figure out what to do and what's happening, that's when Jocelyn comes up behind you all. She clears her throat. Why am I seeing Clover crying, and why is everyone looking a little freaked out over there?
Tell you are a lot sneakier than I thought you were.
Yeah, I'm a rider. We're supposed to be good at stealth.
Octavio just has like a 1,000-yard stare. He's not paying attention at all right now.
We've got a little bit of a problem, honestly.
No, you don't. No, you don't. Not while the Sovereign's here. I don't care what's going on. I don't care what's happening. I don't care if the sun's about to fall out of the sky. If he hears there's a problem here, that's gonna be bad. You do not have a problem. Are we clear?
Okay.
Sheep size, Yarrow. I don't think you understand. The Sovereign looks all buddy-buddy with Morven over there as she kind of gives a thumb jab. He tries to find any way he can to wiggle his little fingers in and mess around with stuff. We have to keep the school looking good.
I understand more than you think I do.
Okay. She rubs her face. All right. Sorry. I'll back up. What's the problem?
Clover's been, forgetting things. And, that's new. But, she just seems confused and tired all the time, and clearly there's something wrong.
Yeah, she's got to deal with how many kids she's babysitting as well as doing work?
No, but she's done things like that before. She's not been like this. This is, clearly not normal.
Has she been to school before?
No, this isn't normal.
Okay. She puts her hand up. Mabel. I'm just meeting Clover this week. I don't know. Any student's gonna get tired having to deal with that many kids and additional kids from all of y'all doing schoolwork, running around, and from what I heard, she got her head hit with an elemental ball during the practice tryouts.
Yeah, well, Clover having head trauma isn't new. So,
I'm sorry, what?
He sighs. She's had head trauma before, and this hasn't affected her that way before.
From you, or...?
No.
Okay, we gotta work on you. Just dump stuff on me. Who?
She just looks anxious.
Okay. Alright, so she's had head trauma in the past. Maybe it's coming back to get her.
No.
We had a private conversation with the Sovereign with her this morning.
Okay.
And apparently she had a collapse similar to what she had last week.
Okay.
And she doesn't remember the interaction at all.
Yeah.
Okay.
And bringing it up is panicking her.
I can't. Okay. She rubs her face. What do you think it is?
I don't know. It just feels magical in nature.
She was reacting the same way that that Adagio was at the circus when people were trying to get her to remember.
Okay.
Like, it's there, but it's blocked, or there's something that's making her trying not to think about it.
Okay.
I was considering asking my dad because he's a mage, but I mean,
Callistus a mage. Now
Yeah,
you're really
yeah.
pulling my tail.
he's a
Pulling my leg.
he's a chronomancer. Was he not before?
He's a what?
Yeah, he's like a scholar. He has like a lot of books. but-
Oh, okay. Too many things at one time. First off, that fella never touched a magic book whenever I saw him. He hated that stuff. Second, okay. So let me get this straight. You think that Clover has modify memory done on her?
Or you did mention the newer things being tested for colors.
What? No, that's not possible. All of us are told when a new age race goes into the experimentation area. She hasn't done that. What she has done is wandered off on her own from what I've heard from the other professors.
Either way, it seems magical. Maybe not specifically modify memory, but I mean, lots of enchantment spells have that kind of backlash.
Yeah, but we would know. Again, your collars are meant to show when something happens. Ancient eras are easy to do, modify memory to anything else. However, okay, watch this. She looks over to you, Yarrow. Alright, she pulls out a stone. You're gonna seem weird for like 5 seconds. Hold on.
We're just gonna beat up Yara.
Oh no.
Yeah, he like
She-
flinches a little bit. What are you doing?
She holds the stone, she points it. Prestidigitation, you turn pink.
Blinks and looks down at himself.
Yeah.
Eh.
You see her color flash for a second. Holds the stone up, casts it again. Those are 2 spell gems out. She comes over. She takes what looks to be a different kind of stone, and she taps it there. As you see 2 spells, or like 2 orbs are there. Say, if there was a spell cast on Clover, that thing would be flashing. There's
Okay,
nothing.
Then it's something else magical.
Unless,
Yeah, this
just throwing this out there, it was cast by somebody who has control over a collar.
She turns. That is a serious accusation.
Well, the sovereign would do it, so
Was the Sovereign here last week?
no, good point. He twitches an ear.
Look, I don't know what's going on. I have no idea. But if you're saying there's something magical going on, you have to have evidence.
I'm not trying to bring it up to anybody yet. We're just talking about it.
I know, but what I mean is, and she turns to you and Octavio, what are you two?
Ancient races.
Uh-huh. And if you two start going around accusing people or wanting to investigate, and this ends up into a new age era kind of thing, what is that gonna do?
I have no intentions of bringing this up to anybody other than everybody here and my god, so
I know that. I'm trying to explain. Tensions are high right now. She rubs her face. You really are stubborn like him, I'll say that.
yeah, well, I'm not gonna just stop looking into this. Clearly, this is fucking with Clover.
Did I
Yeah.
say stop looking into this? I said you have to pick your battles.
He's just grumbling. Go ahead.
I have a question, or most of something that's been brought to my attention that I don't know if you are made aware of, and I can
Alright.
trust you out of this conversation.
Alright. What is it?
So, Erica, correct me if I'm wrong. I kept hearing there was something like involving Coal Duster, it not being Coal Duster.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, it involves the incident with Cold Duster.
Yeah, the fact she got her throat almost torn out. I'll say this, your kid has very surprisingly sharp fangs.
The right. The thing is, I was here. People have been mentioning that, who have been around that area, saying they saw someone who wasn't Cold Duster there.
Okay.
A
So
dragon.
we... Oh,
Another
sorry?
dragon. If I'm correct, it was another dragonborn.
Yeah.
Another dragonborn.
Okay. She looks to the rest of you. You all think there's an intruder on the school grounds?
I don't think that would be out of the question.
There's also been another small bat.
A bat.
That's apparently what she was looking at.
Okay. She rubs her face. Okay. Please take this from me in the politest way possible for all of you. I cannot sound the alarm on a bat and a rogue half-dragon. On top of that, it's impossible for someone to sneak up on the school. The only one who could do something like that is an actual student in the school. Do you have
Yes,
any
ma'am.
idea how often we have dragon riders patrolling the area? In
So
the
that it probably is
forest,
a student.
a student wouldn't do that to Clover. Besides, what kind of a student could do that? The point is, we have at least 20 dragon riders patrolling the entire premise every single day. They're some of the best we can find, and they stay at the school. Why do you think the alumni lodge usually has at least 2 to 3 of them at a time? We have 20 on call, and they come in every day. They know every student, and they're let by. But even if it was a half-dragon, we'd see him. Dragons have identified the scents of most of you. So if there's someone that doesn't smell like what they're supposed to, they would have found them. And let me tell you, as she kind of points over at Bull, even a young one like him could smell out that stuff easily. I don't know
Right.
what you found, but it's probably just a student. And she looks directly at you. I'm not saying your kid saw nothing, okay?
My kid
Whatever.
doesn't. I've only heard my. Sorry, I'm not meaning to interrupt. But why I'm bringing it up is I've only heard her scream like that once before.
Maybe it was a chimera. That is something that does patrol, and to be honest, I don't think your kid could have done that. Maybe Miss Coldduster Smith saw something, but it could have been a chimera. Maybe it was a student going in there and got scared. I don't know. All I know is there's no way some stranger could get on the property. And if it is a student, we would have seen them cause other issues. We haven't heard anyone else except Clover and, well, now Daria. We haven't heard any other reports. I mean, there's been dumb reports like Pecora getting stuck at each other and like Arcanolods biting each other and needing antidote relief, but we've never had this before. And it hasn't affected anyone except people in your group so far. I'm
Which I
sorry.
feel-
Sorry, go on.
Which I feel is more proof that something's happening, because that feels targeted.
Okay. Do any of you have enemies?
Mabel just laughs.
Octavio
Yar just rubs the
kinda
back of
looks
his
up
head.
Octavio just looks up at Jocelyn and is like, come on, really? Do I even need to say?
Look, do any of you have a common enemy? Any?
I feel like this interrogation is a little bit weird because we don't know really what's going on. We were just bringing up vague allusions to things that we think might be happening. We have no plans to go to anybody, and we don't have enough information to make a full case right now.
Okay,
Yes.
you calm down. I'm not saying this is an interrogation. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. Again, You can go to other people after the Sovereign's gone. You can bring this to Morven, you can bring this to Shepard, you can bring it to anyone else. But if the Sovereign hears there's something going on right now, we are in big trouble. And as my duty as your professor and your rider instructor, I am trying to figure out, do you all have someone that connects you? Because you're right. If this is what's happening, then it is targeted, so maybe is it Buckthorn?
I'm gonna say this, I don't think he's smart enough to do something like that.
Yeah, I heard from some of the professors he did really lay into Clover during the tryout. No question, you two groups have been a little antagonistic with each other.
I just don't feel like it's him.
Okay, that's fair. Look, why don't I assign Clover to get monitored by people this weekend? Is that fair?
Maybe.
I've got some older students who haven't left the island yet. Why don't I ask if they can monitor her, okay?
I was also gonna ask for Cedar to just keep an eye on her.
Cable nods.
I mean, I can switch that up so Cedar's the one watching instead of the students.
I trust Cedar.
Okay, I'll do that then. Look, and she kind of looks to all of you. I'm not saying you all are wrong, okay? I'd be pretty dumb as your professor to think y'all are wrong. What I'm saying is this is the worst time for this to happen.
Well,
And you all need to keep this under wrap.
and that's fair. It's just given our past experiences, we've kind of been known for trouble to just pop up at the worst possible moments, so...
Yeah, and that's the other reason I want you all to keep quiet, because the reason the Sovereign is here is because of all of you.
Yeah.
I've seen the report. The Sovereign has already taken 2,000 gold off the funding because apparently he thinks we're not safe enough to keep a food fight from happening in the grounds.
Because it's convenient for him.
Yep.
He wants to make me feel bad.
Yeah, she turns. Probably. She looks to all of you. I'll see if there's a mission coming up. Right now, from what I gather, we're probably not going to go for another 2 days or so. If something changes, I'll let you know. But for right now, you gotta get through another 2-3 days.
No, I can deal with 2 days of him. I've dealt with years.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You perhaps, when you have time, keep an eye out for Daria. She's been wandering more.
Yeah, I've heard that.
I found out
Alright.
why.
Pardon?
I found out why.
Fair enough. Last I heard, I don't know what it was, but some of the students from Miss Coldluster's class, I think said there was something going on with the students, but I don't know.
Actually, looks at wrestling. I was gonna offer. Do you want me to ask Ghost to follow her around?
If you want to,
Ghost is pretty responsible.
Sure.
Alright, tell you what. You all need to get going. Eat your food. She looks to you, Mabel. I'll go pass it on to Ghost, okay?
Alright.
Get your food down, all of you, and get to your next class. And remember, as she looks to all of you, it's just 2 days. Please keep quiet, alright?
2 days. 2 days.
Just 2 days, okay?
We'll try to keep our heads down.
Thank you. That's all I'm asking. And in 2 days, you can report to Morven what you're worried about, okay? Just not right now.
Of course.
Thank you. Yeah, she starts to walk off. Funny enough, as she walks off, Thomas appears. He nods to her and he comes up to all of you. Hey.
Hmm.
She's doing fine. They just gave her something for anxiety.
Makes sense.
We tried to get her to eat, but she's apparently not hungry right now. Honeysuckle thinks, from what it looks like, she's lost a little bit of weight, so she thinks maybe she's just getting run down into the ground watching the kids.
I just don't think that that's true, but he just shakes his head.
I can't tell you what's happened. To be honest, I thought it was because of the ball she got hit in her head from Buckthorn.
We keep hearing about that.
Oh, it was a real dirty move. Basically, we all were supposed to show off our skills as a team. Each of us were supposed to complete a obstacle course. And the whole thing was we had these balls that we could throw at each other to practice. We're supposed to throw at the stomach area. Buckthorn whipped it at her head.
How hard were the balls?
Well, I mean, to someone else, it really hurt. Would probably crack their head open. But, like, for a Pecora, it's fine. It's just, normally he, taps the top of his head. Normally, it's at, the top of our head, where the protection is. No, he hit it right at her ear.
Goodness.
Oh, speak me sitting here who has been very concussed in the past as a child. Oh God. Oh, oof.
Look, I think Clover just didn't want to tell you all because... what did she put it? I don't want a dead body at the school.
No, kill him.
Yarrow slowly turns his head to Mabel.
I'll kill him. I have no recourse to do so.
Thomas points, yeah, that's what we heard. No, we finished, we just barely got in. Clover was blaming herself, but we told him it was just Buckthorn being stupid.
Was she acting weird after that?
Well, yeah. She said she wanted to go lie down, so we left her alone for a while. That's when we went to Grove, and she stayed here.
And that's when things happened.
What?
I guess.
Did she fall asleep at all?
Well, we kinda couldn't because you're not supposed to let someone who's got a concussion go to sleep.
Oh, okay.
True.
She's
True.
that me also as a player. I'm like, oh, thank fuck.
But, after Honeysuckle signed her off, we said she could come with us. And I believe she said she wasn't going until Mabel could go. So, she stayed here. Most of the Cora left. I think Buckthorn made a pass to her, and she just ignored him, and then she left. Oh! No, I do remember one other thing.
Mm-hmm.
Hollyhock was helping her.
His fucking face.
Hollyhock was helping her?
Don't look at me. I'm not gonna lie. I thought she was a bitch, but she's kind of okay.
It feels so
Well-
weird to hear that word from you.
I'm trying to work on my
You're doing
flirt.
wonderful,
You're
hon.
doing
You're
very
doing
well.
wonderful.
You're doing great. I just wasn't ready.
I'm so proud. Me, you didn't see it, sis, but I was actually legit smiling like, hell yeah.
Thank you. I am working on that.
No, Mabel shakes his head and goes, okay, then it could have been her somehow.
I don't think so. I don't know what they were doing. It's just... Last I checked, Clover was trying to get all the kids back up into the room because of what happened with Daria. And Daria was running away, so she tried to grab her. And then Sage tried to chase Marigold, so that happened. And then all that happened is Hollyhock came over, and she and her siblings mentioned how Clover looked really tired. So they just helped the kids up. Cypress didn't want to get picked up by any of them, so Clover held him, but, the rest of them just got held and walked up.
How did
Last
Daria-
I checked, they, 2 hours later, were in Grove, and they hung out with the rest of us.
I will
Don't
say
give
about
me-
Jim, Mabel's taking this as confirmation bias. He's like, she is evil.
Yeah, roughly this to your like, Meanwhile, Wrestling's like, oh, so we should probably ask her.
Look, from what I gathered, she apparently said she wasn't going to tell any of you because something about, she's pretty sure you all hate her, and she doesn't want to deal with that.
Right?
Oh, I do.
Mabel.
Okay, that kind of is confirming a few things there. Alright.
He glances at Rustling, and just because she's given me no reason not to.
She
Like,
comes off in a very... She comes off in a way that's very hard for me to be around her.
She continuously antagonizes me and disrespects my wishes.
Okay. He just, like, keeps his hands up. Okay.
There's a lot of stuff going on right now within the... Let's just say that much right now.
Right. Regardless, I'm not sure. I mean, she seemed nice enough when I talked with her. But that was just me, okay? She looked really good with the kids. She seemed to get along with them. Her siblings and her helped get them back in. Apparently they offered to help get the kids settled and tucked into bed and made sure to watch Clover for a concussion. And the next thing I know, 2 hours later, they're in Grove. He shrugs. Look, I just wanted to let you know that Clover's heading to the law room. Cedar apparently is walking beside her.
Okay.
You said she doesn't really want to... She doesn't want to eat a meal, right?
Nah, she's been skipping meals a lot lately. She just keeps talking about how nauseous she's been.
Mm.
To be honest, I think it still reflects of the concussion getting hit in the head with a ball.
If you could do me a favor then when you go to the rest of the group.
Sure, what is it?
Yaro's gonna clasp his hooves together and just kind of whisper something. And there'll be... Yeah, we'll choose 5. There'll be 5 blackberries there when he removes them. He's just gonna hold one forward. Can you see if she at least has an appetite to eat this?
Aw, you got it, lover boy. He takes it.
I just want to make sure she's okay. He kind of rubs them back.
Yeah, he kind of gives you a shove. Wants to see she's okay.
Inside on Yarrow.
Is he gay? Is he heterosexual?
Okay, and might as well roll a deception.
I was about to say, we know he's at least half heterosexual because he has kids!
Oh.
Alright, so we've got a nat 20 versus a 6. Who else wants to try to say that? Wrestling Mabel, what would you two like to do?
Oh, Mabel ain't paying attention. This motherfucker is fixated on Hollyhock at this point.
Fair enough.
He is not paying attention.
I'll see if... fuck it, why not for the funny? Let's see.
Oh my god.
Oh, you guys are gonna have such a horrible
Holy
time in the
shit.
next mission with that many nat 20s now.
Don't say
You're
that.
wasting it on the soggy ass deer.
I'm saving mine, baby. I'm saving mine.
Okay.
There's...
You think I want the nat 20 right now?
I was
No.
just doing it for funny.
Oh, no, I know. It's still funny. Yarrow, continue.
There is a genuine concern with it. It doesn't look like it's untrue, but it doesn't necessarily look like something he was focusing on.
Because
I
It
was
looks like it was more
gonna
just him
it's-
being
it's one of
concerned.
those things where he doesn't know it yet, but it's like both Octavio and Wrestling look at each other. It's like, he.
Yeah,
gay.
Thomas
I-
is also like, yeah, whatever you say.
I'll say
Also-
this because you both got nat 20s.
That's like-
It's...
I was gonna say, like, what? I was more so like, what is going on in his mind?
Fair enough.
I'll
Yarrow?
just say because you guys did get the nat 20s. It's kind of a similar reaction to any time anyone else has ever made a comment about like somebody liking him. It's this thing of like just kind of like a snap to attention of wait, what? Like something that he has not been actively thinking about as possibilities for anything. Not that there isn't feelings, but just he's been oblivious and unfocused on it.
Makes sense.
Which is more so why wrestling's more so like, huh.
Mm.
You good?
Yeah, I'm fine. Speaking of which, just because I know like we all went separate ways, and I don't know if any of us had lunch, and he's gonna hold out the other 4 berries.
I'm okay, I'm not hungry.
Takes 2 berries, holds one out to Mabel.
Wrestling.
You don't have to be hungry for 1 berry.
He grumbles. He grumbles. He takes it, and that was the most pathetic noise I've ever had him make.
Because he didn't have an argument for that.
There is no argument, and Wrestling's holding it out to him, and he's like, "God damn it!"
As soon as he eats it, she will eat hers.
He glares a little at that, like with like I cannot describe. It is like the most fake glare ever. There is no anger behind it. He just feels like he should. Like,
Wrestling sticks her tongue out at you.
just sighs.
Octavia also takes the berry and eats it.
All right.
Yara's gonna eat the last one.
Okay, so Thomas does walk off. All right, players, are you good to go to your next class?
Sure.
I don't think we have time to do anything else at this point.
Yeah.
Nope.
And I'm running away from my husband, so
Ha! Switching music then.
You
Let's
can't
say-
find me if I'm going to school.
Let's save any
He's
more
in the
discussion about
school.
this until we're back in the dorm room.
yeah, nods.
I agree. Honestly,
Oh.
look, to be real, if you guys are going to have any in-depth discussion about it, I would suggest me not being in the room. At least until he's gone.
Mhm.
All right,
Alright.
players, you may move your tokens wherever you like. I am just gonna shift a few things over
We have no
here.
token yet.
We are still on the main map.
Oh, you are?
Yes.
God dang!
The GM layer. It is a conundrum.
No, it's more called. It looks like that thing did. There we go.
Here we go.
Oh, law! The little guy!
Where am I?
Indeed.
There I am.
I am just gonna move one thing over.
Oh, no.
I'm
Where
moving
is
myself over so you
she?
have.
Where is Holly?
There
either
she
gonna-
is.
Get away from me!
No, this
Oh,
is
she
perfect.
wasn't
This
trying to talk to you. She was trying to talk to Clover.
No, get out of my way. Don't talk to my wife.
I will say, you all get in there. Cedar and the others are talking specifically to Clover. The funny thing is when you all go in there, Hollyhock is actually talking to Clover.
Mabel puts a hand around his mouth to try to stop himself from growling.
Mabel, I assume you're walking up to your girlfriend, your wife.
He is, but he's occasionally glancing over at Brilliance and Ray, just like, do I want to sit there instead? Do I want to sit there instead? How much do I hate Holly not?
I will sit. If you want to sit with them, I'll have Wrestling be on Holly duty.
He will gladly accept that.
Okay. So,
I'm
Also-
sitting next to-
Yarrow, just so I see here. Because this is always preset, do you want to move in between one of these people, or do you want to sit beside Thomas?
So this is less of a Yarrow's. This is less of a Yarrow's choice thing.
Mm-hmm.
This is more of a bringing this up. Would the girls be leaving a seat next to them?
Technically, see how it usually is that Masai will sit between Crag and Cedar. Snowdrop will usually sit beside Thomas. However, it looks like they're willing to move to let you sit wherever you'd like. They just want to figure out where you want to sit beside.
Should we have someone?
Yarrow
Sorry?
does not have a particular preference.
Okay, so if that's the case, then Yarrow, you can switch places with Crag today.
Should we have someone stick with Mabel?
Up to
I
you.
know. It's fine. I'm with my friends.
Indeed. Octavio, just to check, where are you going to
I'm
sit?
staying next to Hollyhock. Octavia wants to figure that shit out.
Okay.
Also,
So
the
we're
green one's Wolfberry, right? Am I correct?
Yep, Wolfbear.
Okay, that's it. I need to write that down.
Alright, rolling a d4. 2, we're gonna go with Yarrow.
Wonderful.
Okay, Yarrow. Basically, you sit down, Snowdrop and Masai look to you and smile. You see Cedar's talking to Clover a bit. Snowdrop looks down and goes, "How are you doing?"
I'm doing all right.
"That's good. I heard you didn't eat too much, so she pulls out an apple for you. I got that."
Oh, thank you. And he's gonna take it. And he's gonna hold it for a second. He's like, I'll stack on it later. None of our group really got to eat, so I gave us all good berries. But I very much appreciate it.
That's a really good skill you got. Good job. And Yarrow, you get 5 seconds before she's put her head right beside your shoulder.
Yeah, he's just kind of blushing a bit.
And then Masai looks down. "I agree. That was really good." And she lowers her head to put it on top of your head.
He's just sitting there, just trapped
Octavia
right now.
looks at that from like the other side and just kind of has this look of, why does everyone fall for this fucking deer? Holy shit.
Indeed. I will say, Octavio, you see Crag and Thomas trying to not keep like they're trying to stop from laughing. Very clearly it's kind of funny for them to see Yarrow this flustered, so this is a win-win for them.
He's not gonna, yeah, Octavio's not gonna stop it. He's just gonna be like, why is everyone falling for this fucking soggy deer?
Indeed. Yarrow, they lift their heads up, or at least Masai lifts her heads up. Snowcap just nuzzles in a bit, looks up. You have very soft fur.
Oh, thank you.
Though, I still think your heart's the best thing. And she just keeps cuddled in.
That's not straight.
His fur is just straight up turning red at this point. He has never been a redder deer.
Again, I will say this. You see Thomas and Crag are like trying so hard, Octavio.
It's just, he's both amused, also just confused of why deers find this soggy deer attractive.
Indeed. Alright, rolling again. 3, that's Yarrow, is gone, so Octavio, Rustling, you're up next.
Maybe.
Yeah, Hollyhock sits down. She just looks like she's talking. So she said it was like anxiety? Yeah. He puts his head down, like his nose on top of Clover's head as she's chewing. It's okay, Clover. Well, oh, hello, you both! It's so nice to see you. What's up?
Hi, Holly.
Hello? It's a wonderful day, isn't it? Well, except for the tyrannical ruler that's keeping us all under lock and key and the fact that anything we do is monitored. Great, isn't it?
You know, you could be a little bit more subtle with that.
No. I hate the sovereign's guts. Why would I be subtle?
Because he's here. And you're saying that to the people who have caused him to be here in the first place?
Well, you're not the reason.
Huh?
Look, he's just doing this because, well, she gestures her hand down to Mabel. From what I've heard, he's got the hots for that girl down there. Well, that fella down there.
Who? Wait, who are we talking about?
The sovereign.
Oh, God, fucker. I don't want him
Yeah.
to.
Holly looks over. I mean, it's not dumb. I will say this, as she gestures her hand around, and Yarrow and Mabel, I will say you knows this too, but Holly will be describing it to you, Rustling, and you, Octavio. Look around you. Don't you see how some of the young, eligible females, specifically the half-dragons, have a flower in their hands?
Maybe I'll look around at that.
There are. Some are different species, some are the half-dragons. You don't see Ray or any of the ones down there, but you see a few of the half-dragons at the back, like a red half-dragon or a blue half-dragon. Have one, and she chuckles. Now I wonder who would be giving that at this time of the year.
Better fucking not.
Look, I'll give Seamus this. He may go after a lot of girls, but 1, he makes sure they're not a student. And 2, he at least makes his intentions clear. The sovereign? Nope.
What?
What, you think the sovereign cares about a woman's point of view? If that little trans fella down there is trans, how do you expect he gave birth to any kid?
Octavio kind of looks front to where Mabel's sitting and just has a very worried.
The sovereign has any access to the Celestials, so he can have Dakota come down and snaps her fingers. Like that a girl.
What?
You really think the sovereign's sunshine and rainbows and circuits? No. He's got his eye on that little diamond half-dragon, and he doesn't care about consent, nor does he care about what he prefers. Truth be told, I believe the phrase would be body wouldn't be his by the sovereign's dynamic. So, no. Don't blame yourselves on this. This isn't you. This is just a big cover-up so he can just F around with Mabel.
And the professors are going along with it.
You think they realize? I mean, it wouldn't be something bad to look into. And she starts to write her notes down.
Kind of hard to look into it when the dude is, you know, in the school.
I know that.
And we can't be drawing attention because that will make him want to stick his grasp even more obviously into things.
Well, you don't have to. But there's someone here who could.
Just glares over at Holly.
You want me to find out stuff about him? I'll take it for a fee.
What do you want?
Food.
Okay.
Any kind of food?
Yeah, just food. She sticks her hand out. Do we have a deal, Rustling?
Me just sitting here, knowing how wrestling is. She's taking that hand.
Big smirk. Well, thank you very much.
If it means keeping him safe.
Of course. Now 1 second. Professor Benjamin! Yeah, he looks up. Yes, Holly. I'm feeling really sick. I think it's my... yeah, could I... Of course. Yeah, she pretends to get...
Is she implying that it's her period?
Yeah.
Me, who is actively on one. I respect the hustle.
Why? Listen, that's why I got spayed.
That is the
I
correct
wish.
response for a man. Just okay, got it.
Okay,
Just
got it. This is no,
whatever the
no.
fuck you gotta do.
He is
Get out of here,
becoming
girl.
he is one of my favorite professors.
Yeah, I will say this. She pretends to look sick until right at the door when Benjamin can't see her. She just does a wink to you, Rustling, and then walks off.
Ricky bitch.
Maple's looking at that like, what the fuck were they talking about anyway?
Indeed, so I will have Holly disappear.
Yeah, Rustling's gonna gooch closer to Clover, just kind of gestures for... She just kind of glances over at Octavio. Can they stay between us?
Say that again.
Can this stay between us?
Best as it can. You know how quick secrets stay within this group, so...
I just don't want to stress him up right now, and I know he doesn't like her.
Well, I mean, I know the reason why you're doing it, at least, and it's admirable, so...
His body is his own.
And that's why...
He shouldn't.
And he kind of just goes over and, like... And just kind of, like, boops, like, Rustling's nose. And that's why secret's safe with me.
Just kind of ruffles the top of his head. I think it's starting to go on me.
Yeah, just smiles as he goes and sits down.
All right. Mabel!
Oh boy.
You move down there. Again, you see, like, there's some commotion back there, but you're not paying as much attention. Before you see, Wolfbane looks over. Well, look who's finally here. Ray perks up. Hey! Brilliance turns over. Well, this is surprising.
He just sighs and goes, I don't want to sit here, Holly.
Oh, Holly? Yeah, she's
Just
a bit
rubs his
fake.
face.
She's a facetious bitch, but
Oh, yes, she is, but I like to just be polite, princess and all that. Wolfberry.
I've long since stopped caring about how my family views me to that degree.
Well, yeah, but you're not a princess yet.
I guess.
Prince? Prince, right.
He blinks like he wasn't really even thinking about that, and he just nods.
Wolfsberry looks over, then keeps writing in his note. She wears so many masks, I'm surprised it isn't hidden in her mind of who she really is. Brilliance nods. Good say. He also looks up. I also think she probably is going to have to get a little test every week with how much I see her going about with different people.
You're not wrong.
Yeah, Ray looks over. Translation, she's a harlot. And just keeps writing.
I was assuming you were calling her a whore, no worries.
He looks over. Why would I call her that when I can call it words that are too big for her to understand? And keeps writing.
That's fair. He just sighs. No, she's just fucking... She pisses me the hell off. And I know she does it on purpose.
Don't worry. She disappears most of the day.
Suspicious.
I wouldn't really take it. Brilliance looks over. From what I heard, she sleeps with the students who does the homework, copies them, changes her own stuff, and it gets it that way. Otherwise, she and her siblings just disappear every now and then.
Suspicious.
Don't worry. From what we've gathered, they're just going to different kind of clubs at night.
Either
Yeah.
way.
Wolfberry nods, looks to you. Don't bother with the idiocy of them.
I'm trying not to. She just constantly shows up and pisses me off.
It is probably for the reaction. You should probably just not respond to her. She'll leave you alone.
I can't. It's so hard. He just rubs his face. I've always been like that. It's really hard.
Wolfberry looks you over, puts a wing around you, and pats you. I'm sorry.
Why? It's fine.
Because you don't deserve that, and I'm sorry. He pulls his wing back.
He looks like he's gonna argue that, but then he just kind of like grits his teeth a little and goes, okay.
You are very particular.
I've been told that, yeah.
Oh, so you have been told that you do not care about yourself and you act as someone who wishes to get stones cast at his head?
Oh, wow. Really explicit, but yes, I have been told that before.
So if you've been told that many times, why don't you change?
I'm not very good at changing, I guess.
Maybe it is time to learn so, like Pecora who lose their antlers in the fall.
Well,
He starts
I
writing his notes.
I already changed for once.
Oh yeah? How so?
I mean, I wasn't like this before.
A sad, depressive little shit?
Well, I mean, I was depressed as a kid, but like, he sighs, not to this degree. I mean, more that I wasn't a bitch. But...
Oh, so you were just a bastard.
No, I wasn't mean at all when I was a kid.
What changed?
I got engaged, I guess.
Why don't you just call off the engagement?
It's not that simple.
Why?
He sighs. If I left him, then someone else would have to be engaged to him, and I can't do that to somebody.
So you're a martyr.
I guess.
Seems like you just do stuff because you think you deserve it. And starts to write it down. I hope your kids don't pick up that.
He looks a little upset at that. Like, not like sad, like a little angry, as he just kind of holds it down.
He looks. You don't agree?
I just... I don't think you guys know me well enough to know if I deserve it or not.
He looks up. When we first came here, you have talked to me and you haven't actually told me to talk more. You let me be myself.
Well, why
You haven't
would I
told
tell you
Ray
to talk
to
more?
shut up. He puts up a hand. You haven't told Ray to shut up. Brilliance told us you are going to fund an operation to help him get his kingdom back and allow Shine to help out. You have constantly come to spend time with us, and you come out to spend up with those who, let's be honest, your cat may have caused the issue that came with the big, well, food fight. But from what I've gathered, points back to them, that Lotta you have helped, and you have done your best to aid with. You specifically protect, well, Clover as much as you can, and you do your best to help people. Why would I think someone as nice as you deserves bad things to happen to them?
I don't know. I think it's worse than my... I don't think I can process it if I don't deserve it.
Then I am sorry you haven't been given the kindness you were owed. And perhaps...
I'm not owed kindness.
Is other people owed kindness?
I don't know. He shrugs. I feel like I have to earn it. I don't know.
Because you have to earn why you deserve to exist?
This is getting real introspective, Wolfberry.
Yeah, Ray looks over. He does that a lot.
Well, good to know.
Psych student, got it.
It's really funny you mentioned that.
He's like, man, I'm just waiting for.
Oh, no, not the
He's like, man, I'm
psych
just
major.
waiting for class. He's like, man, I'm just waiting for class to start. Why am I in therapy?
Okay, listen here, Churgler.
Oh god.
As someone who wants to go into that major, you're right, but you don't have to say it so loud.
Oh god. No, he shrugs.
I mean, look, if it helps at all, Wolfberry came from a monastery. He nods.
No, that's good to know.
Yes.
No, I don't know. My parents are weird about earning things.
So you had to earn affection from them when they were younger. Is
Well,
that
that's really. I mean, that's a very explicit way of putting it, but yes.
So, do you have your children earn their love from you?
No, I've long since accepted that I need to be the parent my parents never were.
So you recognize that behavior you were given was bad. So why can't you be the parent you deserve for yourself?
When you're putting it this explicitly, I just feel stupid. He just shrugged.
Anyone can feel stupid if they haven't had a way to look at things. I believe the phrase is, one can be blind until given the opportunity to see.
Wow, dude, this is a weird conversation.
You deflect a lot when you don't want people to focus in on you, do you?
Oh my god.
Again, Ray just chuckles. I told you, he kind of does that a lot.
I wanted to say Jesus Christ, man, but that can't happen here.
I mean, the technical thing is Bahamut.
Oh god.
It's always Bahamut.
Zacharias,
Damn
fuck me.
it, what the...
Zacharias fucking he already does that. No, he shrugs. He just goes, Mama, damn it. This is a weird fucking conversation. He just shrugs. I don't know, man. I just know I'm fucked up mentally.
Because you've never given your chance to be yourself?
Holy
and always
shit.
judge yourself?
Oh my god. He just shrugs. I don't know.
Again, Ray looks over. Again, don't mind him. His dad has a weird way of him looking at things.
It's fine. I don't mind it. I'm not holding it against him.
Yeah, Brilliance looks up. Good, you're the only one who does that. And he keeps writing notes.
Well, he means well. I'm not gonna be mad at him.
Oh yeah, we've punched him in the face twice so far.
Well, good to know.
Wolfberry looks, you have a very good patience for things. I take it that you have to have a lot of time where you have kept in anger so you can't keep it out, and thus you have used to keep yourself from expressing emotions, and thus have caused emotional constipation.
Well, I did say that when I was younger I was nicer. That was not because I was less angry.
Because you have been taught from a woman perspective at a young age to keep your emotions in check. And now that you are not perceived as a woman, you are unsure of the freedom you now have?
Wow, yeah, probably.
You should be the man you wished you had when you were younger, and the father you wish you had when you were younger. I sense you have a lot of energy to want approval from your distant father.
Whoa, okay, he doesn't know how to respond to that one.
When you warned us about therapy, I thought you meant in an actual, like, the actual on-school site therapist.
Oh my god.
I wish I had fucking popcorn right now.
People's getting fucking psychoanalyzed in the middle of school. It's just like, what the fuck? No, he doesn't know how to respond to that one.
This fucker is so me-coded, it's not even funny.
Oh yeah, no, he just looks at that, looks to Ray and Brilliance. I told you I could find a way to keep him quiet every now and then so he could listen, and just keeps writing. Ray passes a silver to Brilliance, Brilliance takes it.
What the fuck does that mean?
It means that we were betting that Wolfberry would get you to punch him, and you didn't, so I owed silver piece over to Brilliance.
Yeah, I don't punch people who don't deserve it.
Brilliance looks over. That's what I said. Brilliance, well, not Brilliance. Ray said you were going to punch.
Yeah, no, I think I was gonna say I've punched very few people, but I've punched a lot of people, but they're only people that deserve it.
Yeah, Brilliance smiles. Yes, that's one of the things I admire about you. And keeps writing.
I see.
Wolfberry looks down and keeps writing. Galdor, by the way.
Hmm?
My father is Galdor. And he keeps writing.
Do I know who that is?
No, this is a new person you've never heard about.
Yeah, Mabel blinks. I don't think I've heard of him.
That makes sense. Galdor, illusions, hypnotism, wizards, arcane and normal magic, items and color.
Oh.
In a sense, the good magic.
Oh, Lorelai's my mom, so I'm a bad magic.
There is no good or bad magic. It's just what we see of it.
I agree with you so strongly, you have no idea. He looks over.
Oh my god, he gets me.
Do you know how many people I've tried to tell that healing magic can be used for torture, and then they're just like, but no, necromancy's bad.
It can be used for torture if you take it away from people to let them be in pain.
Well, you can also take someone who's actively dying and wants to be put out of their misery and continuously heal them over and over.
That too. Points over to Ray beside him. Besides, she's technically my half-celestial sibling. Technically, I am your half-celestial sibling. Puts a hand up. Irving and Galdor.
This is that energy of that one fucking Squidward meme where it's just like, you're Squidward, I'm Squidward. Are there any other Squidwards I should know about? But it's like about demigods.
Yeah. But no, she chuckles. He's an Aasimar, I'm a demigod. But because we share the same celestial father, technically we're related a bit. Not really. I'm not as silly as you. Oh, I think you mean you're not as dumb as me. You said it, not me. And she keeps writing it, she keeps writing.
You said the other one for you is Alder, right? Or did I miss here?
No, Irving.
Irving. Okay, which one's that one?
Roll me a religion.
Okay, one sec. I was sipping apple juice.
Apple juice.
That's okay.
Let me see here. My apple juice. No.
Oh god.
You have no idea!
He's just staring at Ray like, what is that?
Oh, right. You might not be as well versed in them. Irving and Gale are the two celestials that are known for good and bad omens. Irving's a butterfly and Gale is a rat. So, My other papa is good weather, rainbows, clouds, breezes, and bad omens. That's why, as she changes color, with the 2 color combinations, I can do this and express whenever I'm upset different colors.
That's really cool, actually.
Yeah, she wags her tail. Galder looks not Galder. Wolfsberry looks over to you. I'm nothing special. I'm just an Azamar. I don't have that special power. And he keeps writing down.
Well, I think you're pretty cool.
Thank you. Most people find me pretentious and annoying.
Nah, you're fun, actually. I enjoy it.
Looks you up and down. I would like to spend a dinner with you at some point. Keeps writing.
What?
Yeah, Ray chuckles. Ah, making a big move, my big softy brother. Shut it, Ray.
Wait, is this romantic intent? What's happening?
Yeah, he's saying he wants to go on a date. And I know Brilliance would like to. He grabs her mouth, shoves it down as he keeps writing.
He blinks. That's... Looks at Wolfberry like, oh god, what do I do? As he just blinks, he goes, that's fine. I'm fine to do that, okay?
Before he can open, you hear Benjamin go, all right, everybody. I want everyone to get a chance to talk. Considering I wanted to give Holly a little bit of time, but I think maybe she misinterpreted. I meant for leave and come back. Oh well. Are we ready to get started?
Maple's dazed. He's like, wait, am I going on a date now? What happened?
Shit, did I accidentally a commitment?
He doesn't mind it. He thinks Wolfsberry's nice. He's just like, what the fuck just happened?
Indeed.
I got psychoanalyzed and then my therapist asked me out.
Yes. The best kind of therapist.
I heard Freya laughing from your microphone.
I've been hearing Churgler 2 Electric Boogler the whole time whenever they laugh.
Sorry, the
Also-
pets have been coming in and out, so I can't keep the door closed.
No,
It's
that's
fine.
okay. That's
I'd
all
also
right.
like to say, if you hear any like weird jingling or things running around, my beloved daughter is having a fucking zoomies moment, I guess. Hi, baby, not the time.
I'm hoping you do not hear the distant sounds of barking.
You're good. All right, but Benjamin goes, good afternoon, students. We were going to cover a different thing in school today, but I know a lot of you are a little anxious with, who is here. So instead of doing what we were going to do, we're going to go to a very complicated subject that allows you all to not think about who's here right now. All the students seem to nod, like, okay. Despite the fact he looks back at the Corinne statues, we have those. Alright. We're going to talk about, as he writes on the board, animal cruelty. Who here knows the laws about primary and secondary animal cruelty? Everyone may roll a intelligence.
Technology.
Okay. Okay, hi Russell. I keep forgetting you're smart.
12.
12. Russell,
Why do I-
you get so far?
Why do I keep forgetting you're smart?
What are we rolling?
Intelligence.
Oh, let me look. I keep giving into the lure of the apple juice and then not paying attention.
Apple juice lore.
It's luring me in.
That is fair. Alright. Rustling and Mabel, the thing you have come to understand is that wild animals have more protection than domesticated animals. So I'll say he points to Rustling. Yes?
Biotechnicalities, why undomesticated have more rights than domesticated.
Very good, Miss Rustling. And he writes down the board. As you all know, every major celestial has a domain in our world. Ulysses' domain is law and judgment. Agnes is fertility and life. Tostes is the oceans. Valdus is death. Mara's is mountains and mines. Alders is the forest and groves. Astrid's is love and sexuality, but Zarola's is wildlife and hunting. And as you know, as he circles each of them and starts to loop them together, when a minor celestial is born or an ascended, they are born from one of these 8 categories, and the domains are combined. Let's take an example. Kendra. Kendra is a good example. Kendra is a Ulysses and Agnes child. Now, the law section, as he highlights it, like he just underlines it, mixes with the desire of life, to preserve life, or even just give that connection to life and understanding, makes in with prisoners, guards, and executions. Now, that may seem strange, but it's necessarily that these executions preserve the life of those who are innocent. It's a strange roundabout. Some of the minor celestials have more with one than the other, but it's that kind of a combination. And he kind of writes on the board. Again, Ulysses is law, and Kendra gets the main domain from that. Now, let's look at Valdis and Agnes Children, where we have something like someone named Valdis and Agnes Child.
Hero's eyes gaze down to Mabel and then just back up.
Yeah, I'll say the same. Just not knowing he's doing that, but...
Here's the funny thing. Gale raises his hand. Deimos. That's right, Deimos. And he puts that on the board. The fear comes from Valdis, and the thrill of being fearful or scared or whatever you want comes from Agnes.
Yeah, what do you
and he
know
writes
about
on
fucking Deimos for?
I know about
Yeet.
Deimos.
More so Gale knowing about it, all people in here.
Indeed, I wonder why that is.
We need to befriend a fucking shifter.
me looking at Freya right now.
You think I have control over what's happening with Gale? You might be my character, but not in this context.
But no, he writes on the board. Now, it would think that this fear of life would be the thing. But when scholars dug in deeper, they found that Deimos' final domain was family feuds, which connect to the family element of Agnes. And he smiles. These are some of the wonderful things we study in the law field to understand where people could be connected to. Every single one of them. These laws, these domains connect us, build us. And it's important to recognize it. Now, for the animal one we're talking about, Zarola and Alder have laws that are connected to these. Again, Valdis is connected to laws of the dead, family for Agnes, love for Astrid, but Alder and Zarola go hand in hand with the forest and the animals. And in everywhere else in Trothar, it's slower. But why is it faster here on Angador? Anyone can guess? I will say this, Buckthorn raises his hand. Because they're the real Celestials? Don't be saying that with Ulysses around. No. Anyone else? Guava lifts up his hand. Because they're the primary ones here? Correct, Guava. Good job. He writes down the board. Zarola and Alder are the heads. That means they are allowed to make more laws in Angador than other people. And all other Celestials. And unlike the others that have to go through Ulysses, Ulysses allows them to make these laws and allows them to move things faster, which means animal rights laws have improved on Angador Island, as well as deforestation and everything else, and food quality, but other laws have gotten less, such as child protection laws, as he writes that up on the board. The problem is that, well, Ulysses still has to approve of it. So, wild animals is more the domain of Zarola, so those are approved faster than domesticated. And he writes that up. Now, one issue that came up a long time ago, and this is a little bit of a theory, if we will. What would happen if someone did something cruel to animals, but it was not intentional. People kind of look confused. He goes on, let me explain. We have first degree and second degree, or primary and secondary degree animal abuse. He points over. Octavio. Say you had a dog, correct?
He nods.
And accidentally, you threw a dog a chicken drumstick, right?
Oh, okay.
Now you're trying to give your dog good food, but you forget about the bones, right?
Right, okay.
He looks to everyone.
Above game. Never give your dog chicken bones, they will shatter in the intestines. Anyway.
Yes. No, he looks. Now, to a veterinary mind, they know the risk of giving chicken bones to a dog and the consequences of that. But he looks to all of you. Was that intentional that the person forgot that? Or was it unintentional or accidental?
I would say purely accidental because of lack of general knowledge on the subject.
That's right. He writes that on the board. Now, what if someone intentionally gave their dog chicken bones because they wanted to hurt them? Would that be intentional or unintentional? Bonnie raised the hand. Intentional. That's correct. So that would be primary. This can make a huge difference on Angador. Unintentional or accidental can have a year to less than a year in a prison situation, while intentional can sometimes give up to 10 years in a prison situation. We do this actually due to a case called Douglas McPherson versus Angador Island. Now, open up your textbooks to page 50 as he starts to open it.
Man, it's a good thing we're all sitting with people that also have textbooks.
About to say who has
Yeah.
the book on them.
I will say this. Snowcap looks to you, Yarrow notices you don't have one, and shares her book with you.
Thank you.
She nods and smiles. Octavio, I will say you have one of the copies, and Mabel, you have one of them.
Okay, good. I was gonna say I could steal off of Wolfberry if not.
I get
Oh.
to share.
I can
Yeah.
reach.
Wolfberry looks to you, gestures if he can read off of you.
Yeah, he'll let him.
I do not want to get my book out of my backpack, thank you. And just looks.
Lazy
Yeah, just
fucker.
smiles and goes, it's okay.
Lazy fucker.
Mabel's just like, it's fine.
Heavy, dude.
Ah,
Indeed! No! Douglas, like the case is open up, it's basically Douglas versus Angador, which is the thing. He clears his throat. Now, in this case, it was many, many years ago. 10,000 to be exact. Douglas was a sheep farmer. He lived with his own children and workers, but eventually the children left and the workers did too due to lack of funds. Now, he was on his own, and he ended up on his own needing to shear all his sheep. In his anger and frustration, he ended up cutting too close and caused a huge nick into the sheep's body. In his anger with the sheep attacking him and him being frustrated with everything else, he ended up kicking the sheep hard in the back leg, causing a little bit of a limp. The rider saw that and deemed that Douglas was beating the living daylights out of his sheep and put him in a 6-year penalty due to the fact that he deemed Douglas was, committing a primary animal abuse. Now, a little context as he closed the book. Douglas was a fairy, and the rider in question who took him in was an elf. Do you see where we can have some prejudice with this?
Yara just nods his head.
Now, is it good that Douglas kicked a sheep? Many people shake their heads. No, of course not. But should Douglas be charged 10 years in prison for a mistake that was made? People kind of talk, they're unsure. It's debatable. The funny thing was, after 6 months of his sentence, things started to come together. There were questions asked. Zarola was even called into question. And very clearly, Douglas did care about his sheep. He just made a mistake. And that wasn't fair on the sheep, but it wasn't fair on Douglas either. So, Zarola and Alder made a new law. Douglas still had to serve an additional 6 months, because he did perform an act of animal cruelty by kicking his sheep. And that isn't all right. But not for 10 years. You understand that?
Raise both Russell and I raise our hands.
Yeah, he points. Yes.
Were they also factoring in the Nick?
That too. See, when the rider made the report, he deemed that Douglas had stabbed the sheep, which is where the nick came from. When in actuality, it was that the sheep ended up kicking and flailing and a nick happened. In the end, we've come to understand that you have to have some patience in understanding what happened. That is why pet owners who leave their pets outside with no water, no food, out in a hot, busy shopping day, do and can be reported for intentional abuse. Because they went in, they left no food, they did all these things intentionally with the understanding of the, well, damage that could be done. And Zarola judges that. But in certain cases of a dog, or, well, I think a better case is a cat. If a cat is going about in a living situation and ends up jumping and spraining their paw, that's not necessarily the fault of the person who owns the cat to, well, have that. That is an accidental case, and riders can judge that as, well, a misdemeanor, a penalty. These allow us to have a lot more chance to, I guess the best way to put it is, give a lot more chance to breathe. You understand?
Alright.
Good. And he smiles as he keeps writing. It's important for riders, for all of you, to understand what is intentional and not intentional. Obviously, dog fighting or any other kind of fighting is intentional abuse. That is an intentional event that should never allow animals to get into. But sometimes things are accidental. And sometimes you have to have compassion to the people who made a mistake. Like, for example, and he writes on a board, you might find people in poorer districts steal things from other people. And the important thing is to recognize is, are they stealing it because they want to, or they have to? Some riders will forgo the actual, sending them to a judge and instead give them a ticket that's simply just having to fix it up. It's up to you what kind of rider you want to put into the world. A forgiving one, or a 9 hells fire sticking to the book. Do you all understand?
Arrow nods.
He smiles, he writes on the board. Now, we are going to move to page 70 regarding the laws of nature by Zarola and Alder. And that's basically where class goes. He just continues on this talk about, animal abuse and, testing students about what is and is not animal abuse. Like, for example, the students think that, it's okay to have an animal like a tiger perform in the circus, but it's revealed that no, that's animal abuse because the animal shouldn't be there. Or things like how sled dogs are fine, however, again revealed that many of the sled dogs can be kept in horrible conditions, so if they're kept in better conditions, that's fine, but not the normal conditions they're usually kept in. Anyway, class ends. Students, you may all have a chance to interact as Benjamin starts to pack up.
Russell is just finishing writing down the notes. Blinks. Oh, wow, I took more than I thought.
Better taking notes than I am, that's for sure.
Well, if you're... She shrugs. I don't know. I just kind of like how he's teaching. There's more nuance, I guess.
Like you seem to be very interested in, so you took more notes just for that, I guess.
And Maple's gonna wander over.
Oh, hey, Maple.
Everything fine?
And glances over at Clover. How is she?
Oh, Clover was a little bit drowsy. As soon as she sees Mabel, she perks up. Hey, Mabel.
Yeah, walks over happily.
Are you fine?
Yeah, just head's a little fuzzy and hungry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she nuzzles.
I may...
Hey.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Clover, I may... If you need, you can look up. I can copy my notes for you.
Oh, I might take that. To be honest, Cedar usually copies some notes down for me.
Mine has pictures.
Well, that's good.
Unintentionally. I do.
Yeah, she smiles and nods. Clover nuzzles you, Mabel, her tail's wagging. She's looking a lot better when she's near you.
He's happy about this. He wags his tail. He just looks and goes, oh, by the way, I might have a date, apparently.
Oh. That, I guess, changes what I was gonna ask.
What was it?
Well, we haven't had a lot of time together. I wanted to have a date tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that.
Yeah, she wags her tail very fast and kisses you on the nose.
Yeah, Nestle.
Yeah, she nuzzles. At which point, Yarrow, before you get a chance to say anything, all of Team Undergrowth except Clover have left, and from behind you, Yarrow here, excuse me, I have a client to talk to.
I would say this as they were like packing up and leaving and everything. You would have thanked, thank you, Brain, for not working. Snowcap for letting him borrow the book and everything.
All right, we'll work with that then. Snowcap smiles to you before we get to that stuff. Snowcap smiles to you. It's okay. Like I said, you've got a big heart. And, very nice eyes, by the way.
God, everybody's trying to fuck this deer.
And you know what they say about Procora with big hearts, right?
Big dick.
It means the blood circulates very well through their body. Yeah, anyway.
Oh, God.
And it goes straight to where they both connect in a sense, I guess.
Oh, no.
Yep.
Oh, thank you.
Let's just say she smiles. I don't like to be reserved. And she keeps walking.
I can tell. Kind of like stands there a little stunned for a moment, just being like, oh boy, this is happening.
Yes. And in that moment, that's when Holly comes up, taps your shoulder. Excuse me, I need to go talk to my client.
His ears flick down and he just kind of like lets out a breath. Yes.
Thank you, lover boy.
Mm.
Yeah, walks right up to you three, like all of you. I have to talk to a client of mine. Yeah, hands a paper down to you, rustling. Here you go. A list of every girl I saw with the same kind of flower and who he's specifically flirting with right now, as well as his location for the next 2 hours for you. From what I've gathered, he's mostly heading towards the tech study.
Yeah, no, her eyes narrowed that.
How long has it been? How long was the class?
Only an hour.
Octavia looks at that, it's like, you were able to get all that in an hour?
I told you, my services are top notch. So, looks down to Rustling. Where's my payment?
I don't think Rustling has messed with her rations at all, but she said for food, yes?
Yeah.
She's gonna pull out her a few ration packs. Here are these. When you pick up the shirt tonight, if you provide some more, I'll be able to get some more.
Is that a deal?
Aye.
Sticks her hand out.
Shakes it.
Thank you for business. She looks up to you, Maple. You know I could get information for you, or even a lovely pair of earrings or scarf for your little Pecora.
I'm not giving you anything.
Oh, not even a helmet for what happened this weekend for her?
He growls at her.
Yeah, Clover nuzzles in. I'm just saying. I saw her get hit, and it looks like they didn't have enough Pecora helmets for her. I could actually give her a helmet.
I don't want to do anything with you.
Wow, that's a bit rude. What did I do to you?
He glares at her like, bitch, what haven't you done?
And after I helped your little children get settled into bed and took care of Clover. How rude.
Didn't ask you to do that.
No, but would you rather me... Well, would you rather me leave her alone? You're off doing whatever mission, and she's left alone. You really want her to do that all on your own?
I don't want you to be the one there.
All right. She shrugs and walks off. But no, I'll always be there to help whenever she needs it. Somebody's got to be here for her.
He's just growling.
Oh, Octavio. Tosses a note to you.
I did.
That's from Adagio.
Blinks. How'd you get a letter from Adagio? I thought she was locked up right now.
She is. And you actually see her spinning around a set of keys.
Just has this dumbfounded look of, it's whose pocket did you get? Did you have to get to have to pick for that?
Let's just say the jailer and I had a one-sided conversation, and when he passed out, I took him.
I was just about to ask whose dick did she have to suck.
Oh my god. Maple in the back of his mind is like, oh my god, I literally thought Brilliance was fucking with me.
Rustling. I mean, he had to get the time in, so had to do something.
Exactly. Anyway, she claps her hands. She looks at them. My services are always welcome. I can find family, I can get notes, I can change grades, anything you all want. For the right price. Oh, she looks over to you, Yarrow, hands you some eggs. I was gonna be doing this as a favor from Buckthorn, but you're too cute. I don't want to do that to you.
He looks at that and just kind of looks at the eggs.
Oh, they reek.
Everybody hitting on this deer.
They absolutely reek. They're rotting eggs.
Kind of looks down at Blinks and them. Uh-huh.
What? I'll gladly tell him that I indeed made sure they were on you. Just as promised. And she puts her tail underneath your chin. After all, I can't let a cute face like that get stunk up by some rotting eggs, now can I?
You all have seen him interact with, react to different people doing it. He actually kind of backs up at her putting the tail under. I'm fine.
Oh, not a fan of not Pecora. That's fine. She walks off. Anyway, my client Rustling needs some stuff, and if you don't mind, she does a finger wave, I've got work to do.
Please be safe.
Oh, that means so much you worry about me. But you don't have to worry about me. I'm fine. And she walks off.
Yeah, Rustling's looking. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
She just looks down at the list. Yeah.
What did she look into?
Figuring out the real reason why the fuck is here.
The Sovereign? He's probably just here to fuck with me. I mean, and other women, but...
Oh, yeah, he is. Holy shit.
Yeah, he's like that.
He's been giving out flowers. You aren't gonna don't. I'm mainly having that to check in on them. How young are some of these girls?
Oh, all of them are at the age of maturity because they have to be for the school. It's just there's like 25 of them.
Huh.
That's
A beacon. Oh, sorry, you go.
no, you go.
A beacon of purity he is.
We've agreed that we can cheat on each other.
Is it really cheating if you don't want to be involved?
See, I agree with this point of view, but he still calls it cheating, so I will.
Hmm.
I will say, Clover looks up at you, Mabel. But you don't with me, right? But you don't with me, right?
No. Cheat on you? No.
Sorry, she just rubs her head. My head's been fuzzy lately. Just anxiety's higher.
No, it's okay. I mean, that's what I was telling you about Wolfberry asking me on a date.
Yeah, she wags her tail and nuzzles.
And-
I really wish we could get actually married, you know?
Me too.
By the way, I never got the thing you were making me from Canrig.
Oh, yeah, he's now at the point where he's like, maybe I should just straight propose to her and then ask for permission later.
Octavio
Do
just Octavio just gives a look of, dude, just fucking do it.
He sighs, he just kind of looks at her and goes, could I? He looks, actually, grabs her hand, looks at everyone else. Do you mind if I, like, walk with her alone while we go to the next class?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, Clover wags her tail.
He's gonna take her, he's just like, oh god, I should just do it.
Ah, you think I'm gonna let you make it this easy for you?
Erica, why?
Just let him! Just let him!
Because it's me. As you all start to leave, suddenly behind the door is Shepard. As you feel a cane around your shoulder, Mabel grabs you and starts to pull you back. Come here.
Okay. Hi, sir.
Yeah, he shoos Clover. Since I was listening, remember? And he boops his cane at your nose as he gives you a push back to the others. You can't do that until you participate. And he keeps walking.
Mm.
And you actually see he's walking in the direction of Gildor. I have to go ask Gildor for some more ointment for a bit. Remember what I told you.
Mm-hmm. He
Yeah.
blinks. He's like, maybe I should just be upfront about what I'm gonna do, but not do it.
Fair enough. Octavio, for a little fun for you.
Yeah, he's opening up the letter. He's reading it as he's going to the next class.
It just simply says, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I really wish you'd come see me. I'm sorry, I miss you.
Yeah, that's one of the places he's gonna go to after class.
Fair
I
enough.
think she's sorry.
Yeah.
I think she might be sorry.
I think she needs a hug.
Yeah. Alright, but does anyone want to do something while we walk to Gildor's class?
I'm gonna just tell Clover I have a ring.
Alright, this will be fun. Let me change the music.
Because he cannot lie to save his fucking life. He can't keep this up. He feels bad.
Alright, Mabel, you and Clover are walking.
Just looks at her a little bit and goes,
Okay, so I did actually buy you something I can't read.
Yeah, perks up. What? You said you didn't have anything.
Because I was trying to surprise you, but I'm really bad at lying.
Oh, that is a lot better than what I thought you were panicked about. I thought you were mad at me.
Oh, no.
Yeah, she smiles. She tears up and nuzzles you. That's good. You've been really distant the last few days.
I'm just distracted with him here.
She nuzzles. I know.
He
So-
sighs.
What did you pick up?
He sighs. Okay, so the preface for this is that I have to talk to Shepard and then other things. But he looks. I got a ring for you,
She looks confused.
like an engagement ring, Clover.
Could all of you roll me a con save for a second?
Oh no. God
Fear?
save.
No.
Hey, 18.
Oh boy.
Okay, Octavio's
Hey.
fine. Yaro's fine.
Just me, I
Rustling is fine. This makes sense. Mabel! Clover just stops. She looks at you. Her eyes go wide. The tears get bigger. She lets out like an ear-splitting happy scream and then tackles you forward and kisses you all over your face.
Looks back.
Oh, even better. Mabel lands on all four of you as she's just as Clover's kissing Mabel all over the face.
Mabel's trying to get off of them because he's like, oh god, I don't like touching people.
Clover will let you, and then again, pounce and kiss.
What's going on?
I think Mabel just broke the news.
I
News.
bought an engagement ring for Clover when I was in Canreg.
Oh.
Oh, that's sweet.
He looks at Clover. Oh, go ahead.
I'm happy for you.
Thank you. He just looks. He's just patting Clover. He just gives like, Shepard wants me to participate in the Purpura mating season thing first before I propose to you, but yeah, I don't think I can keep that a secret much longer. I'm really bad at doing this.
You don't get to finish talking because Clover's kissing you on the mouth.
Okay.
I'll save us some seats at next class. Okay.
I would love to say, Clover gets up, she makes her way to the next class really happy. But before she does, because of what she's going to do, she boops your nose, Mabel. Well, then I can't wait to answer the question, because you know what I'm going to answer.
I mean, I would hope.
Why wouldn't I want to say yes to my soulmate?
He's making like little happy purring noises.
Yeah, she nuzzles you, and instead of walking, Clover is jumping like you know how sheep jump and they have like that little spring thing? That's what she's doing.
The happy hops.
Happy
She's doing the happy hop. She's really happy.
She's thinking.
Pinky.
Pinkies.
That's
But
what
which one?
I think in sheep it's called popcorning. I need to check.
Ah,
I thought that was with rats.
It's also in hamsters.
Yeah, fair enough. But no, none of you need to roll, at least not a bit, because you do remember that, yes, technically, you would assume, unless Clover had something like her brother or like a father figure there, it technically would be Shepard who has to say, I give you like my approval or not. So that's probably what Shepard's trying to get at. But very clearly, Clover has been waiting for this for very, very many years. She's very, very happy. So, Mazel Tov! Happy, Mabel! I'm gonna ruin this for you so much soon.
No!
Just
Ah.
don't. Me just casually rolling the thing. Ha ha ha.
Hehehe. Alright!
oh boy.
Okay, I'm making a little change to this. Mabel, Clover is sitting right next to you. Even away from Cedar and everyone else, she is sitting right by you.
Oh, he's fine with us. Wife.
Which class is this?
This is magic!
Where are availabilities in the row?
Which this is the funny thing. As Jocelyn said, when Clover hops through the thing where it would normally take off anything around, Clover doesn't get affected. There isn't any spells that are beeped out, meaning no one's casting a memory alteration.
Aw.
God. Rustling hates going through the field.
Oh yeah, rustling. It sucks. You're kind of like, oh god dang it, and just you almost crash.
Just walks through in G-mod ragdolls.
Yeah. And she's just frustrated because she's looking around and just sees no one else is dealing with that. Why the fuck is she the only one dealing with that?
You're a sorcerer. The magic's ingrained in your body.
There are other sorcerers here. They're not face planting.
Are they not?
Well,
If they aren't, I'm going to riot. I do not want to be the only one ragdolling.
there really isn't anyone else. There are some people who like stumble a bit and shake their heads. There are some people who kind of wobble a bit, but none of them fall that flat. Who knows? Changing the theme.
Trying to figure out where I want to sit.
Mabel, since you had your interaction in the hall, I'm not going to say there is any new interaction. It's just Clover, like, kissing you all over your face and nuzzling up to you, like, being very PDA right now.
This is fine. He is nuzzly.
And surprisingly, Mabel, I will say, she doesn't look tired, she doesn't look depressed, she doesn't look anything. She actually looks normal. Like, everything just washed away.
He's noting this like, that's weird, that's weird, that's weird, that's weird. More things to ask my dad later. not my biological father. I'm talking about Valdis.
Fair enough. And I'm just gonna move her because Holly's not here right now.
My evil dad.
All right. Rustling, where are you gonna sit? Yarrow, where are you gonna sit?
Trying to figure that out.
I mean, I'm already more or less where I'm gonna be, unless the members themselves want to switch around so other people can sit near me, but
Fair enough.
he's happy where he is.
Octavio, you're sitting there as well?
I'll be like right here.
Okay, good to know. Okay. So basically everyone is the same. You all have met these people before. Octavio, just getting this back up. It's Tumbleweed again. Again, very happy to see you. Good for a bard and bard to talk. Rustling, again, you're beside Bonnie. Good to talk, all that. And Team Undergrowth. So, when that's all done, Gilder clears his throat, looks to all of you. We're going over a different kind of lesson plan today. And he writes on the board, we'll be going over scourge races today. At which point everyone stops and they go from talking to quiet as he looks to all of you. Who here knows what scourge race is?
Yarrow's raising his hand.
Octavio raises his hand.
All right.
Yeah.
Few of you know them. What scourge races have you all seen before?
God, what was it? I don't remember what that one was.
Roll me a history.
Three... 13?
13. Which one are you trying to remember?
When he was a kid.
In the town. You don't really remember much. You just remember you thought it was a tiefling, but someone screamed scourge race. But you never heard the name of it. He looks
Yes.
over. Oh, sorry?
Yeah, he's keeping his mouth closed.
Yeah, he looks over. Does anyone know a name? Alright. He writes on the board. Bearfolk. Telekine. Selkie. Or not Selkie. He writes on the board.
I was about to say, what the fuck?
Yeah, not that. I got the wrong list up for a second. Here we go. Bearfolk, Hexblood, Core, Harpy, Ashu, Sith, Imp, Scrodia, Cambion, Sphinx, Cheroof, Kappa, Bullywug. All of these and more are scourge races, including Equus. Now, and he looks to all of you. I'm going to say something I don't think you all are going to like. But I'm not here to give you information for you to regurgitate. I'm here to give you information that you'll learn from. And he circles all of them, and then he writes a bunch of New Age. And he runs a bunch of Ancient Era on another side, and he puts a circle around all of them. There is no difference between these three groupings of civilizations. The entire class erupts into anger as Gilder just stares and looks at all of you.
Rustling's just tilting her head at that.
Octavia looks stunned.
Rustling's actually raising her hand.
Yara looks nervous.
I will say, even fun fact, Snowcap, Cedar, all of them are getting touchy. Because it's loud, Mabel, Clover is ducking her head underneath your arm.
Yeah, he's letting her, and he's also covering his ears, because he does not like the loudness.
But every single person in here, from the centaurs to the tabaxi, to the half-dragons, to the other Bakura, are all screaming and shouting. However, he ignores all of them. He puts a hand up, and even despite he's a professor that could, get them in trouble, they still get angry, and he goes, "Order! Order!" And he eventually, after a few minutes, people calm down, and he points to you, Rustling. Yes?
I was going to ask if you could elaborate on that.
That's what I'm going to. For all of you here, it may be confusing why I'm bringing this up. We Dragon Riders are meant to stop scourge races. We are meant to bring them into justice. Yet the thing Dragon Riders have to understand is there is biologically no difference from any of you to these scourge races. There have been many examples that have shown from magic study all the way to planar studies that these species came from the same area, and some of them are even more connected. Let me show you. And he writes up on the board, who here is a Silky? Bonnie and Cassandra raise their hands. All right. Now, as you all know, the species that is oftentimes considered to be a New Age race with you, as he writes on the board, is Otter folk, as he puts it up. Now, in DNA and biology, we know something, as he puts a line, basically around Otter folk. So it starts from Selkie around Otter folk, has to something combine to make Otter folk, because in our magical studies, we have found that the Otter folk share a lot of DNA with Selkies. As people start to, look at each other. They're not 100% the same, however.
Oh, Wrestling is absolutely taking notes on this.
Yeah. Which I will say, they look up, but that doesn't make sense. He looks up. What doesn't make sense? I will also say I forgot to mention Katarina is a Otterfolk, not a Selkie. Katarina looks up. It doesn't make sense. We're not the same species, but you are a hybrid. When we combine elf and tiefling, we get fairy. When we combine half-elf, or when we combine human and elf, we get half-elf. Otterfolk is a combination species. Now the question is, what is this combination? And the answer, from what we have gathered, as he writes on the board, which shocks a lot of people, is telekine. The species we deem as being a scourge race is the component to add in to make a pure-blooded Otterfolk.
So they just kind of curiously raises a hand.
He sees that, but he keeps going.
Okay, sorry.
No, that's alright. He just keeps going. I understand that some of you may indeed deem this unacceptable, but the science doesn't lie. Many magics can be dangerous, but through magical linking and history studying, we have found that there are bigger connections to the Scourge race, New Age, and Ancient Era even, than we realize. So, if, by all accounts, we are more connected to these people than we know, then why do they get hunted down? The answer? And he writes on the board, because some were able to change their stars, and some were not. Some bowed to someone who they deemed as greater, and some didn't. There is nothing different between them and us, at which point, one particular student a few of you have seen, very rarely, very rarely, stands up and slams her hooves down. None of you have actually gone up to her before. I've tried to take note of it. As she goes, "That's a lie!" What's your name? Andromeda. Andromeda. Alright. And he takes note. Why do you count that as a lie? We don't go burning houses, killing and slaughtering people. We don't have the Yeah, he blinks. So you're saying that all people who are Scourge race do that? Yes! That must be really nice from that glass house, considering with your ancestry, you look like one of them. She looks very furious as you guys see fire coming up. Would
who is
anyone
it?
like to roll? Pardon?
Who is it? You didn't give a other description other than hooves.
Well,
Yeah.
that's what I was going to get to. I need to find the picture. So I couldn't unfortunately find a picture here, but this being down here, beside the, yeah, right there.
Okay.
So I couldn't find a good picture, but the hooves specifically, what I was going to say, this appears to be an equus, because it looks like a donkey. It looks like a walking, talking donkey. But there's phoenix feathers as well as phoenix wings, and hooves at the front. That is, by all accounts, an equus. However, there's also phoenix parts, so for everybody here, could you all roll a religion to see what might have happened here?
Religion.
A religion?
That's a 20.
20?
Religion, okay.
14, that's enough?
20.
20? Okay, that's enough, yeah. So, for all of you here, this appears to be a Pharaon child mixed with a phoenix. So, there's a good chance, in this case, that what he's getting at is because she's a Pharaon child, she may technically be half equus, but she is associated as being a hybrid because she is connected to her father. She looks... We don't go murdering people, don't we? We don't outright go and kill them. Have you never seen a raid before? Yeah, she stops. She sits down a bit. We burn their caverns and houses. We hurt them. They may have hurt hundreds of us. We have killed and hurt thousands of them. Again, Andromeda raises her hoof. A Scourge race hurt my mom, attacked my town, and destroyed our farm. And we have given them what? Magic doesn't lie. You can judge anyone on where they came from, but they still hold magic, and the magic is shown. There is no difference between you and I and them. The magic that flows through them is the same magic as us. Why I bring this up, as he turns to all of you. One, so you understand when fighting with them, they have the same capacities as us. And two, as he writes on the board, even if you are to chain them and bring them into captivity, I'm not raising riders who will treat them as animals. I will be teaching you how to use your magic to subdue in a way that causes no harm. Do you all understand me?
Nothing.
Nods.
Yarrow sinks a bit, but nods.
Continuing to take extensive notes on this. This is fascinating.
He looks to Andromeda. I'm sorry about what you've been through. And I'm sorry if any of you have had the same thing. But while magic can be dangerous and unpredictable, I have seen it revive people, even if I wish it was done by a different means of magic. I've seen the land change. I've seen people teleport to across the world. I've seen the future been done and more. And my hope is magic can find us a better way to handle scourge races than we do. And connect us in better ways too. As he starts to write, please open your book to page 548 over the different magics found in scourge races and the magical connection between us, where we'll be looking at a demonstration between different kinds of magic in New Age and Ancient Era. He looks over. I need an Ancient Era to volunteer. Somebody from the audience, come on.
The audience?
Or from the class.
This is a show now.
Octavio raises his hand.
Good. Step forward.
You just come up here.
Alright, I need someone from the Ancient Era. Step forward.
Another ancient, or?
Well, no, Octavio's from... Sorry, not Ancient. I'm getting mixed up, god dang it.
This.
Someone from the New Age. Step forward.
I guess. Wrestling? Well, maybe if I...
Yeah, he points to you. Come up, Rustling.
Wrestling coming.
Yeah, he looks to both of you. Octavio, could you please activate your magic through your paw?
Sure. Just kind of breathes in and just tries to show off his magic.
You do. Your magic swirls and swishes. It basically just glows. It's kind of like just a form of mist, if we will. Rustling, please do the same.
Yeah, she's gonna breathe. And her head's like, please don't be weird, please don't be weird, please don't be weird.
Indeed. Your magic appears a little bit bigger, and again, it seems to be that it dances up, and it specifically acts a little bit more wispy, like it has almost a life of its own. He smiles at that and demonstrates. These two magics come from technically the same place, our kingdom, Trothar. Yet, as you see here, both magics appear to react differently. When a New Age casts a spell, the power comes from their previous planes. When an Ancient Era casts a spell, it comes from Trothar. Trothar magic seem to have a mist kind of aspect, and, in some ways, New Ages have a more wispy kind of spirit connection. You'll see Ancient Era have lightning bolts or animals coming through with them, or even wisps of magic. At which point Guava raises his hand. So, does that mean that scourge races have a different form too? That's right. If you ever want to see someone's magic, perhaps they're using an illusion spell or changed form, always ask them to form their magic, and you'll find out what they are. It's a good way to discern sometimes, if you will, if there's a illusion magic present. People nod and make notes.
Wrestling's ear twitches at that.
So, hypothetically, you're saying that a scourge race's magic would be different than one that I'm making right now.
That's correct. You have Ancient Era magic in you. A scourge race, it is rumored to be lightning. It comes out as crackles of lightning.
Octavio just kind of looks at his magic for Not saying anything, just looking at that for a very long time.
You do. He looks to both of you. Very good. Go sit down and open your books.
Yes, sir.
So yeah, he just keeps writing. He basically demonstrates that again, that the magic from ancient era is wisp, like basically clouds, mist. The magic from ancient, like the magic from New Age, is basically wisps of water and sometimes takes form. And the magic from Scourge Race is demonstrated as crackling lightning.
Writing all of this down and doodling.
Indeed. Also, apologies from the cat on my end. Daisy will not let me live.
It's Vulture.
Vulture voice
Are
actor
you
number
Vulture?
Vulture voice
Are
actor
you
number
Vulture?
1. Actually, which one's number 1? Is it
I think Fig is the main one. I think Fig is the main one, but she doesn't really meow that much. So
In that case, Fig is the understudy.
you've been demoted, Figgy.
I don't think Fig cares.
She's not. She's sleeping next to me. She doesn't give a shit.
All right, but before we wrap up for break, all of you get a chance to leave. Gilder closes the class up. Again, he makes it very clear in his lesson that he has issue with magic when it comes to necromancy. He specifically makes it clear that he would prefer if the magic of necromancy could find its opposite, that Scourge races generally study a lot of necromancy due to the fact it's one they have access to, how different species have connections to different magics, like changelings with illusion, fairy with glamour, Silky and Telekine with divination, all that kind of stuff. But when that's all done, Gilder's packed up. He comes up to you all. Just a minute. He waits till all of them are gone. He looks at Clover. She looks to you. I'll go to the next class.
Just nods.
She walks. She stops. She turns around. She kisses you. Love you, fiancé. And walks off.
He's having a great time.
Gilder looks. Congratulations.
I didn't propose yet, but
If you need any support, letter of recommendation, or an officiant, please let me know.
I appreciate it. I think we're okay.
He nods. He looks to all of you. He pulls out a needle. I haven't collected your blood yet.
Yeah.
I did not wish to consent to that.
I know you didn't, but I believe you, points at Mabel, and you, points at Rustling, agreed.
I
Nods.
Daisy is particular tonight. Yeah, he smiles, he walks up. He looks to you. 1 second. He takes a cold stone, he taps your arm, draws the blood. Yeah, it's fine. Didn't hurt at all.
Rustling's still getting used to it not hurting.
Yeah. He then goes over to you, Mabel, takes a cold stone, looks to you. Okay, this might not work. You okay with needles?
Yeah.
Takes a needle, jabs it in, takes the blood, puts in another vial, looks to both of you, looks to you, Octavio. Care to change your mind?
He's not pay for most of the class after that presentation. He's had his magic up the entire time. He's just been staring at it for a half an hour.
Oh yeah, he snaps his fingers near you. Octavio.
Yoder, right, sorry. Blood, you said?
You said no before. Do you wish to change your mind?
Actually, yes, I wouldn't mind if you took some of my blood, actually.
He nods. He takes it. Well, if you all don't mind, as he, again, Cold Stone takes it, puts it away, He sighs. I hope there are results, but I assume nothing will happen. I'll be going to my office now if you all don't mind.
Fine.
He nods, he stops, he hands you each 1 gold piece. Have a good day. Then he walks off.
Mhm.
Alright, do you all want to head to the next class?
Sure.
Yeah.
Great! Every student hasn't got in as everyone looks anxious.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
Oh god.
And from the other side of the door, you hear chuckling and laughing as the Sovereign goes, My boy, it sounds like you've had a good semester so far, Victor. I'm so proud of you.
Great.
And Victor, on the other side, seeming really happy, and just chuckles, Well, I just want to do everything I can for you, Father. Oh, you don't need to be so formal. You can call me Dad if you want. We've talked about this. It's all right, son. Well,
He
yes,
was like,
but-
oh god, I'm a step parent.
Yeah, he just chuckles. Well, he smiles. Yes, but I prefer it. That's perfectly all right. Now, I think we need to get ready. You have a class, son. Oh, right. And he, again, Victor looking really, really happy, just asks you all to come in as the Sovereign smiles at all of you. And that's where we're going to take a break. We'll see everybody here at 5:31. Yippee!
Oh boy.
Motherfucker, we're stuck with him again.
Yes, you are.
Leave me alone.
Ha! No. See y'all soon.
Oh god.
And now for the ad break.
We.
Meanwhile, in the Malachi Temple...
Wilfred, I found something new. Something to break open the cage. Oh my feathers, what is happening to my voice? Wilfred! Wilfred, get the cleric! Wilfred, get the cleric!
The Trothar Chronicles will be right back after these messages. Attention students. Our Species Center has reported that only 50% of our students have been using the facilities and have not clocked in their time for this first week of school, and even less now that the second week has come around. This is a personal notice that all students should be visiting minimum once a week, more times preferably, in order to make sure they're kept in good mental health, as well as make cultural relationships with others of their own kind. As a reminder, this is not a suggestion, but absolutely mandatory, that students go to the sections at least once a week to avoid outside syndrome or species dysphoria. Please make sure to register in the next week if you haven't, or please talk to Professor Redwood for help. We hope to see you there. We will see you there. And remember, through dragons we protect.
Psst, it's me, Charco. I'm breaking character for a quick moment. Clover Creek, our player character artist, they just released a short animatic on their channel called Burn Your Village that's based off this song, and we've been freaking out about it. It's this amazing animatic. We did not tell him to make it. The Mad Man just did it, and it's the talk of all of the player chat. You have no idea how much we've been talking about it. Check out the link in the description. It's amazing. And now with that, I'm going to go back into character. Whee!
Has your animal companion, pet, or familiar been feeling a little lethargic or down lately? Have you both been feeling like you could use a little bit of a break from the monotony of school life? Well, you're in luck, my friends. The Familia Park is now open for students of all years. Come and reserve a quality solo or group session for multiple other animal companions to allow your new furry companion to get tons of open range and access to all the wilderness they could want. Treats of all kinds are available for a small fee at the gates, and local druids will help you get the right spot for your perfect pet, cuddly companion, or friendly familiar. I like the alliteration, the script is nice. All species are welcome and all furry friends are welcome too. See you there! Back in the Malachi Temple.
Somebody help me! Please, my voice! My beautiful, purest voice! What's happening?
Join us next week for more Tales of the Hawks.
Happy New Year!
Meow.
All right, welcome back, everybody. That was a fun little time. We got to hear an engagement. We got to see Gildor almost start a riot in his class. And now we get to see the Sovereign and his son. Hey, Mabel, it's your stepkid.
He doesn't like that.
Aw, but you have many kids. This one's just bigger and likes dead things, just like you.
He appreciates that, but he's also like, buddy, you need to realize this guy sucks.
Nelly. Speaking on Victor, Victor is overly excited. He's like really enthusiastic, and the best way I can describe it is It's like if a kid... I don't know if you guys had these, but you know those times where parents could come take a look at their kids' schools and, like, take a look at their desk and everything else?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, buddy.
It's the same thing here. He's basically, like, showing him his classroom and showing him all the students and showing him all the tech he's done.
Mabel's like, oh, this poor fucker.
He's showing him Petunia, and he's showing him, like, all the new different kind of warforges. Chisel is looking at this, not saying anything, but you can very much tell Chisel is uneasy, but still respecting, basically his rider. Or she's just, like, respecting it, standing at attention, very serious. Far more serious than you've seen Chisel in a long time. The Sovereign looks all of that like, wow, that's a good workstation, and wow, that's really, really good. Very clearly, however, he is looking at all of you every now and then.
I'm not giving him the time of day.
Mabel's like fixated on staring at him. It's the way that like a prey animal stares at a fucking predator that they know is in the area.
Octavio was just barely paying attention to the class. So.
Oh, actually, I'm gonna damn myself a little bit.
Oh.
Who's the closest member of Team Undergrowth to me right now?
Currently, I will say, despite where you are sitting specifically, currently I am going to say that the closest one to you probably is Crag. Crag is sharpening up his stuff. Because again, Team Undergrowth is currently in front of you.
Oh, yeah.
So, I will say it's either Crag or Masai.
Yeah, he'll know. You know what? We'll do that. As they're walking in, as he's seeing that and everything, as he's walking with the group, he's just gonna tightly grab Masai's hand and just squeeze it.
Yeah, Masai looks back at you.
He's just notably trying to keep his eyes off the Sovereign.
Yeah, Masai looks. Hey, it's okay.
I know. Just try not to focus.
Yeah, he scares a lot of us. She holds your hand and just looks forward.
And I will take a seat where I can.
Yeah. Victor again smiles at all of you and goes, hello everyone! I am so happy to see all of you. I'm really, really happy. Today, we are working on the project that is 90% of your grade. Chisel clears her throat. Oh, I mean, 90% of this week's grade. Chisel nods like, thank you. Don't give the class that big a heart attack.
Just anxious.
Yeah, Victor smiles. Today, we're going to do a very important task that I will give you this week, and then we're going to start every class working on them. And that's making your own Warforge. Chisel nods, and she walks out. And she specifically pulls out, for all of you, different Warforge parts. Which, by the way, there is a single Warforge in the class. Does anyone want to look at her?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She is looking at this very interested, but also looking a little unsure.
Oh, excellent.
Like, she's looking like, oh, more of my people being made. But it's like, oh, more of my people are being made. Oh, no. And this is technically a school project. This feels demeaning. Victor points back because he knows his Margot. Like, he knows his Warforge. Margot, right? The Warforge nods. Don't worry. We will make sure to be clear that these aren't actually Warforges. They're the closest name that we have, but I call them Tinkers. Margot perks up confused at that. Don't worry, the Warforges will be at the very, very end. when I can trust that you all will play very good respect, and none of you will basically talk shit about the Warforges because they are actual people. And the Sovereign just smiles. And again, he stands over to all of you as he holds up the parts. Over the years, I've done lots of these for my father, and many people basically think they're dumb, but it's not done. It's the transfer of a soul from, well, a gem holding or a body into a new form. These things basically protect them from Zagreus, and make sure that they are kept in a nice place to live out the rest of their life however they want, and get to leave whenever they feel like they've accomplished what they want to do. It gives people who were killed too soon another chance.
Oh no. As a player, oh no.
Hey, this is how he sees it.
Mabel
No,
does not
I
feel
know.
about that.
Just glancing over at Mabel.
He does not seem happy about this concept.
As my father says, souls basically, when they're cut too soon, suffer when they go to the afterlife because they don't get a chance to be what they wanted to be. So now, you can stop a soul from going on, and they can live however long they need to, and dismantle whenever they want to.
Okay, Erica, this is me above game. I'm calling bullshit. Why slander?
Yeah, and again, he goes, and I mean, it's like Petunia. I didn't want Petunia to leave, so I made a body for her, and now she can't die, and I can have a friend here for all the time I need.
Buddy.
Mabel seems upset, but also unsurprised.
Yeah, fun fact! The Sovereign looks over at that, he smiles. Exactly. I actually found Victor when he found Petunia had been severely killed by a bunch of younger children who were torturing her. The little soul didn't get a time to actually spend being an actual skunk, and thus she can help and live longer than any skunk in the world, seeing things beyond comprehension, and in return giving Victor a friend. Victor seems unfazed, like, yeah, this is perfectly fine. This is my pet that I get to keep, and its soul is in a little metal case.
I can't help but think of the, with that explanation, the thought about talking about Eldritch insanity and the thought of a ant for a brief moment understanding a microchip.
Yep.
What?
I'll
We'll tell
talk
you another
about
time.
it later.
No, but funny enough, he actually claps his hands and goes, bring them out! And you see Chisel pulls out another tray. This time, it is a large wheeled area, 6 of them as Chisel pulls them out. Dead dogs, dead mice, dead horses, dead goats, crows, all the like.
Oh,
Victor looks over. I wanted to use humanoids, but Dad said that would cross some lines because necromancy is not allowed. So this skirts around the law because we're not creating necromancy, we're creating life. So we're going to use animals instead of people, because that's the less legal trouble.
Yarrow looks wholly uncomfortable at this class.
So does Mabel. Mabel seems very upset at this.
Wrestling is taking notes.
Oh, he picks up one of the cats. See, this cat died of starvation, but now it can live a life that it doesn't have to starve because it's not going to feel hungry.
Little big vulture.
Vulture is hissing at that.
Petting him gently.
Wrestling is just taking notes because trying to understand the inner workings of this fucker's mind is an enigma.
Yeah, he looks over. I would like if I could make their life normal. And he holds up Petunia, but revival can come with some really bad stuff, and it creates a lot more negatives than it does positives. So this is a way that there's no negatives, and the only thing is that the soul eventually gets used to living without hunger, or pain, or warmth, or any of that stuff, and it lives a normal life. So here's your job. And he holds up, again, like he demonstrates to you all, there are 7 mice, 3 crows, 2 dogs, 3 goats, and 4 horses. All of you are going to pick teams of 6. I've been told that the detention group is going to be stuck together. Just so everyone is understanding it. And then all of you are going to pick your own groups, and you get to pick what animal you want. The idea is that you're going to revive the animal while the soul's trapped in this little stone, and then you are going to send the soul into the body through a very special process, and then we're going to see how long it takes for the machine to, I guess the Warforge, to adapt to what's going on. It's really easy. Oh, sorry?
No, go ahead.
It's really easy to do mice and rabbits and shrews. So the bigger one you pick, the more respect they'll have for you, and I'll give you a bigger grade.
Mabel looks at the group and just goes, I'm not doing that.
Yarrow looks visibly ill. I can't do this. Please tell me we're not the only people in the class that look like that right now.
They all look a little concerned. Some of them look uneasy. However, the Sovereign clears his throat. Any of you who actually managed to do it, Victor has agreed to give you an A+ in your next 2 assignments. That's when everyone's raising their hands.
This goes against my beliefs with my god. I'm not doing this.
At which point, Victor blinks up. What was that?
I don't want to do that.
But you have to do it.
You cannot make me do that.
It's an assignment in a class that you have to do.
Then I'll gladly fail.
That doesn't seem right.
Yarrow's gonna stand up next to Mabel. What we're doing is an affront to Zagreus' domain. If we can't just choose what lives and what dies without his blessing.
I'm not forcing a soul into a metal cage.
But that's what you're doing when you revive it, by forcing...
That is not what I'm doing.
Yeah, Victor puts his frills back. You see Chisel snarls at you a bit.
He forces himself to calm down a little. Sorry.
The Sovereign lifts up a hand. It's all right, everyone. Appears to me we have a little of a disconnect. Mr. Starkeeper, you say it is against your beliefs of your Celestial, a Valdis Celestial, I might add, for doing this?
What about it?
Have you considered that Victor follows a different one who praises this?
I don't care if he follows a different one. He can't make me do that, and neither can you.
I actually can.
He just laughs a little under his breath.
He looks to all of you. I understand that you all may have reservations. First off, I understand this might not be the most well-liked view, but animal souls aren't the same as people souls. They don't feel as much pain when the process happens, as they have no cognitive understanding of being a being, whereas humanoids do.
Gives Octavio the biggest, like, do you remember me saying he's exactly like that ringleader?
Yarrow actually steps forward. You have no idea what you're talking about.
Octavio has not been paying attention.
Sorry, my cat just did a little weird thing. What are you two doing?
Cats.
They're committing crimes.
Continue.
Yarrow first.
Yeah, no, Yarrow stood up and actually stepped forward and looks legitimately angry. You have no idea what you're talking about.
Wisdom save?
$22.
That is not enough. Yarrow, something within you shakes and is terrified. You are able to stand your ground, but you feel like you're going to have a panic attack. He's just looking at you. I think this is getting a bit of a heated debate. He looks to all of you. He holds up the mouse. This mouse was given a water drowning test by a local academy. He holds up one of the dogs. This dog was starved outside and beaten. He holds up a cat. This cat was drowned for pleasure. We did not take anyone's pets. We did not kill them. They were dead bodies that were found and preserved by my magic and Victor's aid. And he looks directly at you, Yarrow. He did not kill any of them. He looks over to you, Maple, and we will be releasing the souls once the test is done.
I have no interest in putting a soul that's at peace through that kind of torture.
You think it's at peace. It's hilarious. It's not. He holds up the gem. This here is what holds the soul. It will leave once it's transferred into the body. But if you truly do not wish that, he looks over to Victor. With a small adjustment, would you allow them to just build a machine? Victor blinks, but that goes against the project. Then they'll get a lower grade. Oh, okay. The Sovereign looks over. Does that equate to your beliefs?
Fine.
What animal would you have picked?
I don't know, I wouldn't have picked any.
Pick an animal, Starkeeper.
He laughs a little under his breath again, and then just goes like, "Dog, whatever."
He looks over to you, Yarrow, Octavio, Rustling. What would you all have picked?
Octavio this entire time has not been paying attention. He's just been staring down at his claw. Like the entire class so far. He has missed the entire argument.
Wrestling's like tail kind of. Where's the thing? Am I saying next to it? Where the fuck is Octavio? I don't know. Which of the bodies seems to have been through the most?
All of them have been through a lot. There's one vote for dog, so you can either double up on the vote or pick a different one.
I was thinking dog since I assumed they went through some not so great stuff.
Fair enough. He looks over to you, Yarrow, and you.
I would not have chosen any of them. So whatever my group decides is whatever's we're going with. I'm not putting anything forward with this. And he reaches into his coat and he's just gripping something.
You do. Here's a funny thing. Victor blinks up. Could I talk to all of you outside? He's a little shaky, but he starts walking.
Oh.
The Sovereign looks, why don't I continue the lesson now? As Victor said, all of you will have to make a body for these souls so they can move along and feel alright.
Following Victor.
Yeah, following the teacher.
Like someone has to actively go over and snap Octavio out of it.
Get Wrestling will.
What's going on?
I need to talk to Victor. Come on.
Okay.
Yeah, she's wrapping a tail around, kind of just putting an arm up over his shoulder and giving him a squeeze.
I'm fine. As he walks outside.
No, she is having a shoulder around him as she's full, and it's like, no, you're not. Well, not going that right.
I'm just saying that while he's still. I'll divulge more later.
Okay.
Yeah.
So.
Mabel was gonna do something.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, as they're walking, Mabel kind of trails behind Yara and goes, "You okay?"
He's just kind of gripping inside his shirt a little, or gripping inside his jacket a little bit more. I don't know.
That's fair. He'll take off the scarf and kind of nudge Yarrow to stand still for a second and just wrap it around his neck. It
He
has
feels-
calming. It has calming properties.
Right, this is Clover's well.
Nods. You seem like you need it more than me right now.
Thank you.
It's fine.
Yeah, so you guys get let out. Victor turns to all of you, and he has a look not of panic, but utter confusion. He looks at all of you. I don't understand.
Could you clarify a bit what you not understand it?
I've never had a student set be this disrespectful to me or my craft, and I've never had a student make this much anger towards the project. I do not understand what's going on with all of you.
I think it was the framing.
Oh, I see. Could I ask you all what's wrong then? My father, I know, is a bit rude, as people have told me, Chisel specifically. I see he is just forward, but I don't understand it all the time. He has never had a problem with my work. I do not understand what the problem is. And if you all don't do these, you risk failing and dropping out of school. I do not understand why I made you all... And he's looking specifically at Yarrow, that upset.
How much do you know about the domains of other gods?
Very often, many of them are foolish.
Okay, I'm the son of Zorola, the goddess of beasts and wild animals.
And?
I think the framing of animals don't feel pain and they're not as important as humanoid beings was upsetting to him.
I'm sorry, this is the conversation we're having right now?
Yes.
Octavio
Yeah,
just blinks it back in, like the conversation's like, whoa, wait, what?
Blinks, looks at that. That would make sense why you would be upset. I'm sorry you are. My dad just means that I have seen when humanoids are put there, and they have more mental trauma and pain than when an animal is. Animals are more adaptive. I think that's all he meant. I don't think he actually thinks animals don't feel pain. After all, he keeps many animals with him.
Mabel takes a long breath because he knows. He just goes, I mean this very gently because I've been in your position before. I think he said it to upset him.
Oh. That might be. Chisel says he does that often.
Yeah.
He knows my parentage and he knows why that would be upsetting to me.
Oh. Then I will say sorry for my dad. But my dad is usually right, but I guess he's right in a less way today.
We also came back recently from it was called Canridge?
Yeah, Canrig.
From Canrig. There was a lot of... We saw a lot of animal mistreatment, and someone said something similar about animals not feeling that type of pain.
Fair. Also, Han, could you go downstairs and pick up the stuff?
Yeah, sure. You're back.
No, so he looks at that. What happened in the city of Canrig?
We dealt with a circus that was abusing animals, and their main argument was that
Oh.
animals do not feel pain.
No, what I'm doing is different. I don't like circuses. They don't bring any worth. But what I'm doing does bring worth. Due to my experimentations, we found many antidotes, and we found a lot different kinds of aids for humanoid. So despite the fact I know it causes some pain, these things are important. It's like my laboratory on the Sovereign's Keep. I keep many cats there, as well as many dogs and other things. But the point is, I do it as little as possible.
This is unlikely that you'd remember every animal that went through your lab, but was one of them a tuxedo who had 3 kittens?
Yes.
I see.
I don't know where she went, but
I took her out of that lab and revived her.
oh, did you not put it in a Warforge?
No.
But then you made a Grimshaw then.
I suppose.
1 second.
Also testing 1, 2.
Oh well.
Oh well.
Does that sound better?
Yeah.
Okay, it was-
I was having this conversation about Octavia, like, what the fuck are we talking about?
Because he's been distracted for very obvious character reasons, so...
Yeah.
I'm just staring down at I was on top of a new blanket. I had to reposition. It got a wee bit chilly in the Denny's. But does that sound better, Ben?
Yeah, it's just whenever you try to speak in that quiet tone, like more quiet, subdued tone, it's just like not picking up at all.
How about now?
Okay, I'm back.
Oh well.
Oh well.
No, so he looks. So then the Grimshaw will cause pain because the revival happened.
I have yet to research enough about Grimshaws to entirely agree or disagree.
I can give you my book if you want.
I'd appreciate it.
He nods. After all, if you are intending to marry my dad, we'll probably be spending a lot of time with each other.
I see he brought that up. He sighs. What did he say about that, out of curiosity?
He simply said he made an agreement many years ago with someone and that I'd meet them. And that this year, I would meet him. That's what I asked for my birthday this year, to finally meet who was the person he agreed with.
You know, probably wording that as an agreement is the best way he could have worded that.
Like, as a player, I love Victor. I love him. I love him. He's just a guy.
Mabel wants to help him so bad.
Indeed. Han, remember to go on mute.
Sorry?
No worries, just saying to remember go on mute. But no! He just looks at that. You cannot make things better without making things worse. My method does not make Grimshaws, which can cause huge magical damage to many people. Though I can understand for Zarola followers while it would seem as bad. But it is not bad. None of the animals I have revived have ever had trouble. Petunia had a bit of trouble, but she eventually adapted. It's like when you remove and amputate a leg off of a dog. There is some confusion at the beginning, but they adapt, as all animals do. Humanoids are less adaptable.
Adapting doesn't mean that they're happy, though.
Yeah.
Have you
Petunia.
actually tried to talk to Petunia about what she wants or how she feels?
Petunia doesn't feel anything. That is why she's in a Warforge. I did not want her getting beat, or hurt, or scarred, or strangled, like they were doing to her at a young age. She feels no pain now.
Physically, no, but you were upset when I was getting upset with what you were saying, right? You felt pain on the inside. This doesn't absolve her of that.
Yes, I wish I didn't, though. I don't get this feelings. I honestly wish I was Petunia.
Oh, you're like me.
Everyone hates me because I don't get it, nor liked what I did, and it felt bad. But my father said if I just pretend not to acknowledge it, then it is easier. And thus, it has made it easier.
I mean, look, I don't disagree. I do the same thing, but he blinks. I mean, this feels like an extreme variation of that. I just don't want to do it because it feels wrong to revive something just to put it in a cage.
It is only going to be in the cage for 5 minutes, if that helps.
But revival is... It shouldn't just be used as a tool for experimentation. That's my point.
I don't understand.
It's sacred. It means a lot, and doing that just to temporarily revive something to put it into a metal cage for a project feels sacrilegious.
Oh, you're the one he was talking about.
I say.
I thought he meant the other lady.
Either Clover or Charlotte.
Who?
Which lady was he talking about?
I don't know. He said the pretty one. I thought I was meaning the pretty one. You're the one he says is very loud.
Fair.
But I am not using it for it. Many of these animals were killed at a very young age. By giving them these Warforged bodies, there is less pain from the revival, and it allows them to do this, but I can see now that I don't think there will be a way for us to understand each other, and that is okay.
The only other thing I'm gonna say is, haven't you ever considered that maybe pain is just a part of being alive?
Yes, and I wish I wasn't alive.
Oh, buddy!
Well, we certainly are in the same boat, huh, bud?
Octavia just turns to Mabel, gives him the look of, I thought you had it bad, holy shit.
Mabel gives him back a look of, this is just what being around that motherfucker does to you.
Oh no,
Yarrow
she looked
looks
directly
sad.
at all of you. I wish I wasn't alive. When I was alive, my birth family hated how weird I was, and sent me away to an orphanage because I was weird. And then, when I got older, I was bullied relentless. And then, people died who I cared about. If I was dead or in a warforge, I wouldn't care.
Oh god.
Yarrow looks sad for a moment, and he thinks, and he looks at him. How do you know that these animals didn't feel the same way?
He looks at you anxiously. Because they don't. My experiments don't hurt them. I make it absolutely sure. They have suffered enough. I do not hurt them.
I'm not saying that you do, but...
You act like a lot of the people in the past. The ones who wanted to burn me. I have been at the noose before, and it is from my father who I was saved. I will... Victor? Yeah, he perks up. The Sovereign's out. I was wondering what all the talking was. What's going on? Nothing, Father. We were having a disagreement. About? How I think they're wrong and yet they think I'm right? Or is that what they really did? No. They think I'm wrong and I think they're wrong. I see. Well, do you want to expel them? Yes. Can you? No. So what can you do? Find a compromise. Very good. I remember my little son, and he pats his head. Others may not trust you, but I will always side with you. And he looks super happy.
Mabel has like the most like forlorn look on his face. This is the exact shit that happened to him.
I'm just sitting here rustling. I just look how they rustling me and lumped in. She wasn't willing to do the assignment.
Yeah, no, he looks at all of you. Well, I mean, if you all want to fail out of school, and he looks to you, Mabel, I'd gladly love to take you home. But, Victor, he looks over. You do know people don't understand you like I do. Everyone thinks it's monstrous what you do, but they don't know you like I've seen your experiments. You treat them with honor and respect. And Victor looks super happy. You are patient and kind, and you will always have my support. And he pats his head. Now, can you find a way to have a compromise? Yeah, Victor looks at all of you. I am willing to have you build a mechanical body, but it has to be of a working warforge, and I will let you work with souls that have agreed to a consent to do this.
I mean, I was fine to do the assignment, but If
You can't do it all on your own. It is physically impossible, and if you did, you could hurt yourself or the soul. And he actually looks really angry. I will not let a soul be hurt. Of course you wouldn't, son. The thought that anyone would say that you'd hurt a soul. Why, they'd have to be people who thought you were very cruel. I know you treat it with great respect. Again, Victor is looking at this guy like, oh yay, I trust him. By the way, welcome to his manipulation, people.
Hey.
I'm just sitting here. Rosalind wasn't even gonna say she was gonna do it on her own. She was just gonna say like if it's like, she was gonna say I felt more comfortable knowing if it consented.
Hi.
That's all she was gonna say.
Yeah, except the Sovereign likes to mess with people. Okay,
I got cut off. Damn.
Indeed. No, the Sovereign looks to all of you. Is that workable for all of you?
Yes.
That instead of with animals, you will work with humans who have consented to this procedure.
Fine.
He's gonna look down for a moment, he's gonna look directly at Victor, and he's gonna have a very soft expression on his face. If this is what they've agreed to, then... yeah. That's fine with me.
Yeah, Victor smiles. The Sovereign looks over. There you go. See, it's all right. You don't need to panic. Thank you, Father. Now, because you have to change the rules, don't be doing that for other people. I know. And you understand. Oh, right. I will teleport to the island and continue my experiments. Very good. And he pats his head. I expect you to do double time for this little switch we're doing. Yes, Father? Good. Now the rest of you, go inside. Do you understand?
Yes,
I'd
sir.
like to talk to my son out here.
Rosalind's going in.
Octavio, do you go in?
Yes.
You do. Mabel, do you go in?
He does, he's just glaring at him before he goes.
You do. They're outside for a few more minutes. And then basically what happens is they walk in and Victor goes, okay, so who has picked what? Again, people have shown like cat, dog, everything else. And then as soon as you all are done and people have had time to talk and Victor has explained like the workings of, you have to be very gentle. You can't touch any bit of the body. You have to leave it be. You have to hold these kind of forceps when you're holding the gem, all of that. As soon as it's all done, and as soon as class is finished, all of a sudden, basically what happens is, you see Victor wave over and he just goes, excuse me, you four.
Yes, Victor.
Oh.
Yes.
Going over.
I would just like to say, I'm sorry I didn't understand you.
It's fine.
We came from very different places, and we've had very different people talk to us about the importance of these things. It's completely understandable. I'm sorry if it sounded like we were being aggressive with it, just... I'm also sorry for everything you had to go through.
It was deserved for me to go through it. I just forgot at times that people don't see my way the same way. I have been with the Sovereign for many hundreds of years. I forget that people outside my classroom is like that. I forgot that I am someone who people don't like. And I understand that you all probably hate me. I just wanted to tell you I will not hate you as your professor. And I hope I will not make you angry. It is as the Sovereign says, I am a worthless soul who works in worthless things, but I will be okay. Jizzle, time for lunch, and he just walks off! This boy just walks off!
Oh, there goes my question.
Can I stick out a hand real quick and grab a shoulder?
You do, he jumps and turns around.
Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. For what it's worth, I don't hate you at all. And I don't think you were deserving of any of it.
You are not
Regardless
good
of
at
what anyone
lying.
else tells you.
You are not good at lying.
Fine.
I don't hate
I'm
you
not.
either.
He looks him dead in the eye and just shrugs. No, I'm not.
You want to know if we're lying?
I know how to tell when people are lying.
And how about this? Don't a truce.
That is a spell that can be easily manipulated, with people doing actions such as flinching or doing other things. My father tells me what's true or not. He's the only one that ever took the time to. He has already told me that people find me disturbing, and shall be hated as Voldus for the end of time, but my work will help him and others see the good light of Ulysses. For Ulysses is the only one who has accepted me, and thus, although I am allowed to follow Rosalind, I am supposed to, because I am a worthless being, and worthless beings can only be seen as good when they are dead, and thus, that is why I wish it, so maybe people will stop hating me.
Mabel just sighs and just goes, I don't hate you. And I was saying all of that because I think that every life is important, including yours.
But it's not important.
You can believe that, but I don't believe that.
That's what Father told me. No lives are important in the means of the end.
I see.
But if you believe it, then you can follow that. I don't really think it's true, though.
That's fine.
Just swallows and picks up his stuff and starts to walk off. He looks up, the sovereign's there. He pats his head. Why don't we go for tea and cookies in my room? I just like to talk to some people for a bit.
There we go.
And switching it over. Okay. All right. So for everybody here, he walks out. He turns around to all of you. Right. Well, you certainly tried to talk to my son. He doesn't need friends or people talking with him. He has me, and that's all he needs. Are we clear?
Just like I don't need friends.
Oh, do you want to see more of your friends hang?
Just glares at him.
Some people don't deserve to have people with them. Otherwise, they just damage more people in their lives. Victor's one of them. He doesn't need other people confusing him or putting thoughts about causing pain to others in his head. He just needs to focus on the task I've given him. Speaking of focusing on the tasks, he pulls down his arm to again show you all. It looks like on his right arm a necrotic energy that has gone from his shoulder, creeping across his chest, his arm as well. Somebody hasn't been doing their job of taking care of this. The last
Mabel
month.
sighs. I've been at school.
You've been at school for a week. I told you to come back. And you made the little decision to leave early. And look what you did.
What did you want to ask me then?
You're going to sleep with me tonight.
Fine.
And the children are coming with us.
No.
Did I say you could talk?
Fine, whatever.
That's the right answer. But
Yara's gonna grab Mabel's shoulder.
Oh, the Methuselah kid. What is it?
He's gonna look directly at the Sovereign. We are to be confined to our dormitory. So unless you were gonna sleep with all of us as well, or you want to go talk to Headmaster Candlelight and Professor Shepard about it, he doesn't have to do anything.
I don't think you understand that you don't get a choice in this, little fake Methuselah.
You can say that as much as you want. I never met him. I have no intention of being like him.
Wait, you've never...
He tilts his head. You didn't know that about me.
Huh. I thought she did better. Alright. Anyway...
Sage really could have done better, too.
Oh.
Just smiles.
Oh.
Okay. He snaps his fingers. I need all of you to, I believe it's wisdom save?
For what?
What?
Reverse gravity.
Oh, God.
Oh, I don't think that's wisdom.
I think that just it's dex safe to not crash into things, I think.
Yes, I'm pretty sure that's true.
Then that is what he's gonna do. Dex save,
yes,
everybody!
It's dex save. It's dex save.
Oh, boy.
Tell me the moment that we're allowed to
no.
act, because I'm going to do something.
You might not for a bit. So what did everybody get?
That one.
15.
Roll. Jesus Christ.
19. Now, 1. Octavio, this might be bad. 7. Okay.
I'm not very dexterous.
No kidding. So for all of you, you're going to be taking all of this in full damage as he gets you up to the top of the 20-foot-ish ceiling and then drops you again.
Just bite.
So this is doubled for me.
That's
Shaking
double
us
for
around.
you. So 8 damage for each of you.
I'm still up.
I'm fine.
He holds you down there. Now. Did I really hear somebody tell me no? He snaps his fingers. Time stop.
Sir, please.
Oh no! We have a Pakora who's got the guts to tell me no. All right then. He holds up a fireball. Why don't you stand still, little Pakora, and we have a talk about remembering your place.
Yarrow looks up at him. Can we move?
Roll me a dex to see if you can get out of the reverse gravity.
Dex save, you got it?
I will say your movement's cut in half and you can stand up. Alright?
That's enough. He's gonna force himself up as much as he can. And he's gonna step in front of Mabel again.
I'm not aiming for Mabel. I'm aiming at something else.
You just want to kill me so he'll do what you say. But fine. If you want to do it, then explain to Headmaster Candlelight why a student's dead.
Oh,
in his academy.
You think I'm aiming for a student. He points his hand out the window and aiming at the schoolyard. Let's see here. I see 4 Pakora, a certain set of children, and some little hybrid arcana lost. Let's see. Which one should I aim at?
Yolanda, please stop.
Oh, I'll stop when the little Pakora here understands his place, and Mabel understands his. Now, what was that you were saying, Mabel?
I don't know.
You don't. All right, let's see. Aiming for the little sage. That's been a pain in my
I'm sorry. I don't know.
He turns the fire off. You don't know. That's right. You don't know what I'm really capable of when I'm angry. Yarrow points his hand at you. Wisdom save.
Wisdom save. That was almost a nat 20. Fuck.
That's fair. He points to the right. Slam into the wall. For command. Or just smash.
You cannot do commands that force someone to hurt themselves.
Fair enough then. Probably just jump. He points jump.
I need to check something really quickly because I feel like I had something against this. I might not, but I just want to double check. That's technically a charm effect, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I actually get that roll of advantage then.
Okay, go
Because I
ahead.
have allies within 15 feet. 21, probably still not high enough, but...
Does not. I'm sorry.
Worth it. Worth a shot.
Yeah, it was always worth a shot. He jumps.
Yeah. He comes right up to you. You don't know what I'm really like when I'm angry. You don't know how angry I am that you came all the way to this useless little school to be a rider that you don't actually care about. That you made new little friends that at this rate are going to get hanged like your other little friends. And he grabs your muzzle to look up. So what are we learning now, Mabel? What is the use of you being here and being disrespectful?
What do you want me to say?
I want you to get through your thick little skull that no matter where you go, what you do, what you think, you're still mine.
I'm aware that you own me. You don't need to tell me that again.
And yet you don't get what owning a person means. Meaning if I say jump, you're already in the air. If I say go, you leave. And if I say you're coming over to my room to sleep tonight, you are going to tell me how marvelous it is and stop being disrespectful. And he lets go of you.
Fine.
And you're going to keep your little friends in line. Or we'll be having another trial about how one of your friends stood in front of me. And this time I'll let you pull the noose. Are we clear?
Fine.
Great! He claps his hands. Now I'll see you after dinner. I expect you to drop all of the children off and be back in time after your work. Such a lovely time. I hear my fiancé has work. Have a nice time, everyone. Snaps his fingers. Spell's done. You're all good. Players, interact for a second.
He immediately turns to Yarrow and just goes, "I'm so sorry."
Yarrow kind of falls to the ground a bit and stumbles and just kind of starts grabbing his chest.
Yeah, kneels down next to him and goes, "I'm so sorry."
You didn't do anything. That was my choice.
Yeah, Octavio comes over there and helps with the healing word.
I never wanted any of you to get involved in this. I'm sorry.
He still can't make you do it, you know.
I know he can't. The consequences are easier if I just do it.
I'm gonna talk to my mom.
If you're sure.
If she comes up to the headmaster and tells him what happened, they can't refute it.
Okay. He nods.
He looks over. He can't do anything to them while they're on this island. That's the way that this works, isn't it?
I mean, I got told that. I've never believed it, but...
He's gonna push himself off a bit and he's gonna put his hands on Mabel's shoulders. I have been around somebody like that my entire life. They look for every opportunity to make sure that you do exactly what they say, and they will make every threat that they can, hoping that you're gonna fall for it.
I'm aware he's the second person I've been with like that.
He looks Mabel directly in the eye. I do not want to see somebody else deal with this again.
Okay.
He lets go and he just kind of like shakes his head a little bit and like rubs his eyes. I'm sorry if I'm acting aggressive with some of this or acting forceful. Just
No, you're fine.
I need to go pray for a bit, and he's gonna start walking off.
Do you want me to walk with you?
I don't know. You should get to class. I don't know if I'll be on time or not.
Okay. But he walks up, he hugs him really quick, and just goes, "Thank you for standing up for me, though."
Right. You would have done the same for me.
He just sighs. He's gonna go. He's like, I don't know what to say to that one anyway.
Oh my god, somebody's reciprocating my martyrdom.
Yeah, literally. He's like, I don't know what to say to any of that shit anyways.
Hi. But no, I'm afraid you guys can't walk off too far, because remember, you got another class to go to.
Maybe.
Starling's quietly going to the next class.
Yara will risk being late for this.
Alright. Okay. The closest you can get without being too late is to go in a little bit of the outside door to the school on the lower level. You can touch the grass there.
That'll work.
Touch grass.
Touch grass.
You got the grass touch.
He's gonna go outside and he's gonna kneel down and he's gonna take the totem in one of his hands and he's gonna start praying.
You do? And due to the fact of your connection, please roll a religion. It's a low DC, but still a DC.
Sure thing.
You do have advantage with your totem.
That is a 21.
Golly,
That
my mommy.
You hear in your head, Yara,
Hi, Mom.
what's wrong?
I just got attacked by the Sovereign.
There is a long pause. A long pause. I cannot help you.
Don't you own this land? Can't he not do it?
I do own the land. And normally, yes, I could take down anyone I wanted, but to attack the Sovereign is to attack Ulysses, and Alder and I are not strong enough for that.
I'm not asking you to attack him. I need somebody that the headmaster can't refute to tell him that this happened.
Doing a report like that would attack him. The best I can do is send a sign that will remind him that I stand with you, but that is all I can do, Yara. Though he has no say here, and if he actually hurt you, I could indeed attack him back. I cannot attack him for who he is connected to. I am sorry.
Okay.
But I will send someone who will ensure he won't do anything. She owes me a favor anyway.
Thank you. This is for my friend Mabel's sake, not mine.
Oh. Him. Right.
That bitch.
I know, but the Sovereign's trying to go after him and his kids.
It does make sense. He looks a lot like her.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
What?
The first Starkeeper to be married to the Sovereign. He looks a lot like her.
Oh my fucking god.
Wait, someone just start. What?
Keeps it in the family, okay.
Yeah.
I've been aware of this one.
No.
Mabel is as well.
Yeah, I will say this. The connection cuts, and then suddenly, because this is from the entire school can hear this, the mist pours in, you all hear a little bit of a bell, and walking out for all of you to see, because I'll say this, before you guys go in, you can see this outside, there is a dog with a lantern on its neck who's walking past most of you.
My girlfriend!
Oh boy.
Indeed, it's Henriette!
He's gonna give her a bow and a smile as she walks by.
Yeah, she looks. It's good to see you. You're Mabel.
Am I here too?
Yes, you are.
I'm assuming I walked with her back to the group.
Okay. Yeah, he blinks, he runs over. He's wagging his tail.
Yeah, she, again, it's like a dog where Henriette is jumping up and licking and all of that. Rustling and Octavio, could both of you roll me a religion on who Henriette is?
Religion.
Dog girlfriend.
What did you say the rolls were?
Religion.
What is my religion?
That's a no.
Oh, that's my religion.
Octavio, you have no idea. It's a dog.
That's a
Well,
dog.
Rustling. Henriette was considered a foolish celestial by your father's standards. She was dumb and idiotic and frivolous. But your mother seemed to like her. Henriette was to protect families from harm.
In her head, rustling in her mind, where the fuck were your followers when we needed someone?
Yep. But no,
It's like,
Henriette... Oh, sorry?
She's like, where the fuck were those followers?
Indeed. Basically, again, Henriette just licks you all over, Mabel, and nuzzles and does little whines as she looks to all of you. Most people aren't here, so I can talk right now, but it's good to meet all of you. My name is Henriette, a girlfriend, wife of Zagreus. Zarola told me that the Sovereign was a little angry today.
Ah.
As my father's high champion, follower, prophet, I will make sure he's appeased.
Please
Would
don't
everyone
do that.
Would everyone please roll me a religion on high prophet and high champion? Mabel, this is cleric work. You get advantage.
Do I get advantage due to parents?
Yes, you do. Very good.
Oh boy.
That's enough for all of you. The high prophets and the high champions, how it works is that when you go into the system, you can pray to the celestial and seek their favor, blah, 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 blah. But if you take the path of devotions for them, not just paladins, but like a path of devotion where you follow and give offerings and do tasks and quests for them, eventually you can get to the point of being such basically a devout follower to become a champion of them. Do more of it, you become a prophet. High prophet and high champion, the order being champion and prophet, are the highest positions of that person. There can only be one high champion and one high prophet per celestial at a time. So it's a celestial or minor celestial can only have two of these at the same time. The sovereign is the high champion and follower for Ulysses. So no one else contests him, it's just him. But she turns to you, Mabel, when you say, please don't do that. And I would say to not make him upset and get him angry, and you not to self-sacrifice too. But I don't think we really get a choice in that now, do we?
You know, it's very difficult for me not to yell at him.
I know it is. And she licks your face. But I can at least take care of you. Alright?
Fine.
I have heard news that I think he'll like. It appears that one of the women that he was with has a child now.
Wow.
He will need to go see her in a few days.
Well, sucks for that girl.
It's a son, so he's quite excited.
Now I'm sure he is.
Well, he probably will be. But she hands the lantern to you, Yarrow. Put that above your door, and no one who you don't want to come in will come in. Okay?
Thank you.
She bows her head. Anything for the man that helped me when I was giving birth to Jocko.
He's looking a little apprehensive of that. That was just spoken in front of other people.
Blinks.
Yara, you did what now?
Hold on, rustling first.
Rustling just blinks. Slowly turns her head towards him. Watches with everyone I know. Having so many interactions with gods.
Don't blame him too much. I was out wandering about, and we kept our, from my father, private. Zagreus and I are very happy, and that reminds me, Mabel.
I'm pretty sure I'm aware of what you're about to tell me.
Let's just say in a month or two, Zagreus might be a bit more busy.
Yeah, that's about what I thought.
Yeah, she chuckles. Don't worry, all of you. I'll distract the Sovereign. Now you all get to class. I don't want any of you late. And she runs off. She does stop. Oh, and by the way, for those of you who didn't bow, don't worry. I don't really demand it, but next time you might want to so you don't get in trouble.
I completely forgot because I just saw you interacting with us like normal, like weird normal people.
Yeah, it's been a long and weird day for us. Let's say that much.
Well, yeah, I kissed Princey over there. I kind of don't want him to bow.
That's also kind of okay.
I get boyfriend privileges.
No, you get. At this point, I think it's just clerics with benefit privileges because we're not in a full relationship yet.
Fair.
But she chuckles. That might not be for long. And she runs off.
To be honest, I was assuming we were dating.
Calls back. We technically are, but you haven't made it official with Zagreus yet.
Yes, I did.
Not the way it's supposed to be.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's fair.
But yes, you do get boyfriend privileges, and she just runs.
He's happy about this.
Now, would you all like to get into class?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, now I guess it's time to finally get to class.
Get to class. Through tears.
Why do you hate Banyu's class so much?
That is nothing to do with the professor and everything. That is just this is a day, and Yarrow wishes he could just go back and slam his face into his bed.
Honestly,
well, look
fair.
at that. Look at that. The university experience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Granted,
all right.
There's not like 11 classes in one day type of thing, unless you're a freshman.
High school. High school.
Exactly. Academies. So basically what happens is you all get into class. Now, this is the last class before dinner. Banyu basically is back. He seems a little bit calmer. There's no cadence. There's no sovereign. And he is actually trying to write stuff on the board. But fun fact, Pictograph, his dragon wife, is actually like scritching under his chin and nuzzling her. And he's like trumpeting happily. And you can hear him go like, easy, easy, love. We're going to save that for the bedroom. Calm down. Yeah, she's just nuzzling up to him.
People's looking away like, I don't want to know.
Hey, it's dragon mating season, including half dragon.
I just forgot. I legitimately forgot that it was the season. I'm like, why are they like,
why are they committing sin?
Why are they sinning in this classroom?
This boy, he does not, when he has a dragon wife, he does not take the easy road and is on top. No, this man takes the bottom route. He is not the top in this relationship when it comes to this.
Good for him. No, Mabel's just like, oh god, Mabel's like, oh god, I hate this season. God damn it. Even though he has a date now, I guess.
Yeah.
Hello, miss. Oh, there's
All
a
right,
child
everyone,
here.
pick your room. Like, pick your seat.
Where
I have to give my child a gentle kiss. There you go.
am I on this fucking place?
Sit right
Actually,
here.
where am I?
I'll sit right here in the.
I'm trying to decide if I want to go back with my like half dragon friends or if I want to stay with Clover.
Fair enough. Also, because I don't have a icon for him, we're gonna use this for Seamus.
I'm trying to see who all is here. Hang on. Who hasn't had a chance?
Dog.
Oof.
Oh,
It's just
Seamus
a
is
dog.
here.
It's just a
Okay.
JPEG of a dog.
I have no icon for him, so this is what we're using, a JPEG of a dog.
That's really funny. Okay, I'll stay with Clover for now.
Where can I?
I will say, Clover looks at you, she sees you're a little anxious, and she starts cuddling you. She knows when you've had a rough day.
He just sighs and leads into her. Just like, oh, thank God.
Try to figure out who.
Hello, small child.
Oh, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, Yaro's gonna take off the scarf and start passing it down back to Mabel.
He'll take it and just go, you can keep it for a little longer if you need it.
No, it's perfectly fine.
Where's
Okay.
the fighty moth? Where's the fighty moth?
Fighty moth? Here.
What are you doing?
Aw,
I'm just trying to pet you.
Mabel,
Yeah.
I appreciate the sentiment, Mabel, but it is Clover's fur, so we're wool, so I probably shouldn't wear it for too long.
He nods, he'll take it.
Clover looks at that between you, nods, like, okay. Octavia, just checking where you are.
Right here.
Yep, okay. So, okay. So, you haven't talked with Atlas yet, Rustling. He looks at you. Hi.
hello there. No, that's British. Fuck. Hang on. I lost the accent. Man. Sorry. The player's having brain fart. I got audience bear with me with what I am about to do to get
No
in her
worries.
accent. Oh wait, get fucked debate. Okay, there we go.
Get fucked.
Oh my.
Hi. Is it okay if I sit here?
He nods.
It's,
He doesn't seem too focused because it looks like he kind of wants to get through this class to get through to dinner. Octavio?
Oh?
You see that as you sit beside the fox, because I don't think you sat beside him before.
Yeah.
Or her specifically. You see it's an Arcanoloth who's chewing at a bone. And underneath her, you actually see there's a large timber wolf that snarls at you, and she goes, "Easy, easy!
Oh.
Calm down, settle!" The wolf settles and looks at, she looks at you. What do you want?
Nothing, just decided to sit here today.
Oh, is this like a short solidarity thing, or you just want to sit here?
Yeah, it could be. Why not both? No, I like meeting new people, so.
You do you. She lets out a snort. Wolf does too. And she points as the class starts to begin.
I just look forward.
She whispers. She lets out a kind of yip, looks to you. Sunshine.
Octavio.
And that's my brother, points to the wolf underneath her feet.
Blinks. Looks down at the wolf. Brother.
The wolf snarls at you, and she actually hisses up her fore. You got a problem with that?
No, it's just. Not at all. It's just, I wasn't expecting
Yeah, you don't have a problem.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. No.
She snorts in your face and goes back to writing. You okay, little brother? He yarps. Yeah, I gotcha. And she throws a bone that's cracked open with some air. There you go. He eats. This is a feisty little girl.
I respect that.
I'm confused and scared, but I respect it.
Yeah.
Respectable.
Wrestling can
So-
fuck with this.
Yeah. So Banyu looks up to all of you trumpets. Good evening, everyone. It is great to see all of you. How are you doing today? And everyone goes, yay. Ooh, not a fan of the sovereign. At which point, funny enough, raising his hoof, though he's been a little quiet, is Pigweed. He points over. Yes. Pigweed is the water deer. So basically, in Buckthorn's little group, just trying to look. He is the fourth one, I believe, over there. So he's got the tusks. He's got the tuskies. Though I might be mistaken.
This one right here?
Yeah, I believe that's him. Because the tuft one is Sumac there. But basically what happens is that he smiles to all of you. Between you and me, I don't very much like the Sovereign either, which people do perk up at. He can be loud and such, and again, Pigweed has his hand up, which again, Banyu points to. I don't care. I mean, it's not like it's going to change for us. That is fair.
Really raising his hand to go, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, which I
We're
will
still
say...
systematically oppressed.
Yeah. Which Banyu, I will say, is kind of like, okay, I have to respect that. You know, like, fair enough, I have to respect it. However, Banyu smiles, if it is at all any help for all of you. I know it may seem threatening that he can come here at any point. But please understand that if he caused any harm to any of you, Ulysses is allowed to cause him even greater harm when they talk this night. You are safe no matter what he says. The students seem to nod.
If I was playing
No.
a snarkier character.
Fair enough. No, he smiles. Today we are going to talk about a very important structure on Angador Island that we see in other places, but it is delicate here, and that is distribution of resources and emergency procedures during two different main groups, New Age and Ancient Era. And to help us out, as he smiles and points his hand over, I bring my friend and old war buddy, Seamus. Please give a round of applause. People do cheer. I will say this, a few of the girls look like, because they've heard stories of Seamus, they kind of like look a little enraptured with him.
The group.
Oh, sorry?
The group. Why do I feel like the group collectively? In my head, I'm envisioning just the look you have when people mention Excalibur.
Maybe. I have no idea how you feel about Seamus. But Seamus waves his hand. Banyu and him shake hand and trunk. Sandy lets out a roar. Pictograph lets out a roar. And Seamus goes, Good to see you all. A few of you I've seen for a few times. I hope you're treating Banyu with respect. He's a good man. Banyu lets out a trumpet and he smiles. And I'm sorry, players, but you're going to get picked for this one. Banyu points up to Octavio. What is the difference between me and Seamus?
Okay, how racist do you want to be in this answer?
A lot. There's so many places this could go.
He's just kind of like looking at that. It's like, do I need to say it out loud or?
You're not going to get anywhere holding your tongue. What is it?
He just kind of starts like he kind of just goes. I mean, I'm trying to find the right nice words to say it. So.
Well, go on.
God, now I'm blanking on what to say.
Roll me an intelligence.
Oh,
I'm just
17.
figures like
Circus folk.
One of them is a new age, one of them is an ancient era.
One of you is New Age and one of you is Ancient Era.
Yeah, Seamus chuckles. Good to see you can still talk. Thought you were gonna keep us in suspense for a while. People chuckle. Aye, that's right. He points to himself. I'm an ancient era. Banyu points to his collar. And I am a new age. For me, I am welcomed in areas such as Grove and other places. Seamus raises his hand. And I'm not. Try to go near a new age place, I'm probably gonna get kicked out. Banyu lifts his truck. And if I were to go near an ancient era place, I probably would have trouble too. But the thing we have that is distinct is the difference in accessibility to resources during the season and especially during ancient era cultures. Who can tell me why emergency issues there are more ancient eras who live than New Age? Funny enough, Clover raises her hand at this. Yes? Speciesism? Like, Seamus chuckles. You got a smart one here. Clover wags her tail. Correct. Speciesism is a huge issue within the Riders as well as in quite a few of our people. Corrupt guards, horrid Riders, all of this has speciesism rippled through it. From the food we eat to beliefs in certain things of each of us that affect how we take care of each other. Yeah. Funny enough, however, just because I have fun with this little guy, Sumac, the tough deer, like the tough deer Pecora, lifts up his hand. That can't be true. Seamus looks up. What's your name? Sumac. You know, Sumac, some people need to remember to think a bit before they speak. A few people, hold their tongue.
Shut the fuck up.
If you don't believe speciesism exists in our culture, then you're probably blind to it or you're refusing to acknowledge it. Speciesism is everything. From ancient eras believing that New Age races' food is disgusting or garbage, and Banyu trumpeting, to the fact that we sometimes believe that most of the ancient eras have no love or support for us. We have differences. Seamus looks over. No offense, pal, but let's be honest. My species kind of thinking about your groups is a little worse than your thinking about mine. Which he nods like, yep, nope, that's fair. Seamus goes up to the board and draws a square. We're gonna run an experiment, alright? Let's say, and he draws a square, this is the academy. Now in the normal town, he kind of draws up, there are good neighborhoods and bad neighborhoods, and he circles them. Now, who do you think populates the most in the good neighborhoods?
Yeah,
he looks
his hand.
Points, yes?
Most of the good neighborhoods would be filled usually with ancient era races.
Very good! Banyu trumpets. Very good, Yara. Well done. Good for taking initiative. And he writes that down as Banyu again takes a chalk and writes up. In the good section, he writes down, in here we have, I'd say, better hospitals. We have better houses, less cramping, better access to food and resources. While Banyu writes up top, up here we do have good houses, but they are packed quite a bit with a lot of people. We have further, distance to go from the hospital. Yet surprisingly, many riders seem to magically appear and pull us over for interrogations. When someone has a burglary in the good area, they seem to find their way over to our section. Seamus looks over and writes down, on top of that, you'll see most of the hospital supplies, vaccinations, everything go to the ancient eras. At which point, Banyu lifts up his hand. As for us, you will see a lot of places in poor conditions because no one could care to give it the proper renovations. At which point, he looks over. Seamus, looks around. Oh, here I spent a lot of time from the ancient era in the New Age kind of areas. Who are among you?
Wait, are they asked? Just for
So-
clarification.
He's saying, who amongst you who are ancient era has spent a lot of time in the New Age areas?
Octavio.
One
raises-
of you.
Octavio.
I was about to
raises
say,
his
one of
hand.
you should be raising your hand for sure.
Yep.
Yeah. Surprisingly, Seamus looks at that. What was the conditions like, lad?
Not the greatest, from what I remember.
Compared to the ancient era, huh?
I don't know much about how ancient era lives to really draw comparisons, though.
He nods. He looks at the rest of you. And he kind of sighs and nods. It's not right. Never has been right. The fact of the matter is that guard and rider brutality, distribution of resources, the fact that we have people believing that many New Age races don't care about their health because of the foods they eat isn't fair. If a New Age species had the same pay as an ancient era species, do you think they'd be buying food that would actually cause them to have not as good quality? Banyu trumpets up his hand. You just kind of admitted it, and Seamus puts up his hand. I did. The fact of the matter is that the food quality has no difference. But there is a very different kind of thing. Fattier pieces of meats that aren't as liked sometimes are found in different areas because they're cheaper. But the fact of the matter is, all food is good no matter what it is. But what's not good is the access to cheaper, easier made foods that are not as nutritious as the nice lean foods made. Access to health, access to actual recreational purposes are found in ancient era societies. Makes it very clear why there is a distinct difference. 9 times out of 10, when an emergency service is called, it will never go to the New Age fast enough, as it will the ancient era. Again, Banyu draws from the good neighborhood to the bad neighborhood. There is sometimes a 25-minute delay to get across the city to get there, though for the ancient era, it is specifically fast to 5 minutes. So you can see how this distrust, the speciesism that has affected our land, has caused quite a bit. Even architecture of how things are made is huge there. Seamus nods. Not only that, speciesism rumors and, well, stereotypes go through, such as New Age having mites and fleas, alcoholic behaviors, even the fact of hurting them themselves. Now, with all this said, what happens when there's an emergency and you need to give out resources? Yeah. Points over at you, Yarrow. Let's say it's a big famine, and you have a lot of food. How do you decide who to give it to first?
Yara thinks about that for a moment, and he kind of looks up. Not to say it's what they would actually do, but I would give it to the women and children first, but then evenly distribute it to everyone else, make sure every household gets something.
You're on the right track. And he writes it down. Women and children. Great. Which women and children first? That's an alright idea, but if you decide to hand it first to a person who's ancient era, the New Age will think you're betraying, and if you go to New Age, the ancient era will be upset. So if you just hand it to the women and children, we've got a problem there now, don't we?
He nods and he looks like he's thinking about that more.
Nods. He points over to you, Mabel. Banyu does. Mr. Starkeeper, who would you give it to prevent speciesism? Who would you give it to?
Whoever needs it the most, I guess.
Banyu actually smiles. Yes, that is correct. Yarrow, you get points for that as well, okay?
He nods.
Seamus chuckles, looks dead at you, Mabel. I knew you two would be smart when I met you. You may be skittish, but you two are quite smart. On you, how long does it usually take you? On you things. Usually takes them about 20 minutes, my friend. Hey, got some smart ones here!
He doesn't know how to respond to any of that.
Yeah, he just smiles. Seamus writes on the board. That's exactly right. He writes on the board. No matter who you give it to, it's gonna cause problems. You give it to the New Age, you have a problem. Give it to the Ancient Era, you have a problem. But by using the cleric method, and he writes on the board, where a cleric assesses the exact amount, you can decide who needs it the most. And then factually, you won't have any signs of speciesism. There will be no decision in your mind, and it will help people feel safer. That's the whole point. By the writers only going to the species they know, and not choosing to look at it from the perspective of the citizens. Well, looks over. It can cause a huge divide between them. But on you trumpets, I remember when we had this time in Canrig. The entire city was clawing at each other just for some bags of beans and rice. But it was only through each of us assessing who needed the most were we able to help the citizens and keep the peace. We want to build a community with each other. We don't want them to feel we let things as petty and ignorant as speciesism comes in our mix. Seamus chuckles. And of course, we got to make sure that we know exactly how much we need. So, he points over at Rustling, how would you figure out how much you needed of resources and what might be the best places to start checking? What would you do?
Oh jeez, can I roll an intelligence?
You can if you like.
Just for a little hint, because my brain's like, shit. I need to
Censuses.
repeat that one more time.
A census, so counting.
A census?
Yeah, Seamus chuckles. Again, smart group. That's right. Whether writers realize it or not when they get in the game, a huge job you're all going to have is performing the census. You have to count how many pets there are, you have to count how many farm animals there are, people in houses who are homeless, children, people pregnant, and every 6 months you gotta do it again and again. But it serves the community, and it helps people. We then know how much rice or water or beans or food we need, and how many people to watch for in a natural disaster. Some areas are more tame than others. Sovereign's Keep is a very bustling place. We have to do the census often. But here on Angador, you don't have to do it much. Why do you think I moved here? Banyu chuckles. You have been away so often, I wondered why you were here. Which he, ruffles Seamus's head, and Seamus chuckles.
Yeah, Rosalie actually raises a hand.
Yeah, Banyu looks over. What is it, Rustling?
Ooh. I know this might sound kind of odd, but how would you go about something where the numbers aren't consistent?
Yeah, Seamus blinks. You mean like people leaving? What are you talking about?
There being more, like if there was a case for there being a number being more to a populace than the census provided.
Then we do our best. We can't change anything. You just gotta do what we can. Banyu nods. We do the best we can, but we can't be guaranteed all the time. We add in a few extra numbers just in case, but we don't do much else. Now, does anyone have any other questions for Seamus or I? All right. He kind of smiles. Everyone give an applaud for Seamus. And people cheer and clap. Seamus chuckles. Oi, you can find me out in the shops. But as a reminder, due to something that happened last week, my shop is closed until the evening. Every day. And I don't expect people to come until the evening. And he just smiles and walks out.
You should really put a sign up on your store for that.
I'll think about it.
What did
That
you
was
all-
not our fault.
Bullying
Not saying
just,
that in character.
just bullying, says Wrestling stares at the group. What did you all walk into?
Nothing good.
You don't want to know. You really don't want to know.
All right. So, moving on to the last few events for this session today. Because I would like to end it where you guys are at the end of the day, so there is a little bit more to go. As you all are about to go to dinner, just as a reminder, you all have kids, and you need to pick up those kids.
Yes.
Get my children.
Children! Find my daughter.
So funny enough, as all of you are walking there ironically is a human with blonde hair, green eyes running, looking back going, I'll find- Oh, you're all here.
Oh?
What's happened this
I
morning?
need all of you to come to the school immediately.
Okay.
What happened?
One of the children was attacked by another child.
Okay.
Resuming.
She quickly walks. Pacing
Yes,
back and forth is Coal Duster.
Rustling her head's like, please don't be my kids. Please don't be my kids. Please don't be my kids.
Indeed. So she walks back and forth, back and forth. She looks up. Oh, okay, you're all here. Okay, so first off, we've diffused the situation. And right now, it's going to be okay. But Ghost was attacked.
What?
Daria attacked Ghost.
Okay.
Ruffle just puts her face in her hand.
He was told to watch her, I believe.
Yeah.
Which I personally want to say sorry. I've never had this happen in my life. I'm so sorry. I'm not used to children acting like this, admittedly.
It's okay. It's not your fault.
He's fine. We took him to Honeysuckle. We have locked Daria and her brothers in the classroom as we just had everyone outside for a bit. I'm happy to go over the weekly report. I know it's usually tomorrow, but with stuff that happened today, I'd like to, as she looks at all of you, go over it now because of the rules in the school. All right?
That's fair.
Octavia kind of looks at that, just looks at the rest of the party. If you guys don't mind, I have somewhere else I need.
Nope, you're staying here.
Like, why do I have to stay here? I don't have any kids.
Because specifically something that happened.
What do you mean by that?
You don't have a child here, but you're going to help showing the children a good example.
Just kind of.
Do you all want the worst out of the way or the mixed out of the way?
Give me the worst, please.
All right. Octavia, what did you want to say?
He's just kind of blinking. It's like, I really do have a place I need to be right now, so
And where is that?
I have to go to the stable. I want someone that help them out.
You can do that after, but you need to stay here, all right?
He's just kind of just like, okay.
All right. So, I need to explain what happened. So we're going to start with Rustling your kids first, okay?
Wrestling's just me as the player.
Yep. She smiles. So first and foremost, Oceanus has started to learn how to hover.
Oh.
He's actually getting strength in his wings so he can start to hover.
That's good.
That's very good. It's showing he's developing properly. And actually, although he'll probably wait, Atlas got the Good Child of the Week award, or the Star Student award, this week. Mostly because after Daria attacked Ghost, he actually calmed her down, so I thought he deserved that.
Wrestling in her head. He really does take after his uncle.
Yep. He hasn't broken any rule this week, and he's honestly able to count to 25, know his alphabet, and I dare say you should get him tested for being gifted.
Oh shit, he got the autism gene.
He got something, but no.
Yep, he got the autism.
Basically, she rubs her face. Okay. I am going to be clear about Daria. And she takes a breath and looks to you, Mabel. This is partially Sage's fault.
I'm not that shocked about that.
And before I explain what happened to Ghost, I have to explain your children who are not good this week. So first off, Marigold got a timeout.
I don't know.
This is how the event started. I was letting them all out about 30 minutes ago for their last play session before the parents come. Marigold decided to try and leave. I asked what she was doing, and she said she knew where her father was. I said that's fine, but she had to wait for you. I turned around because of something big actually happened that I'll be getting to you in a bit. But when I turned around, Marigold was running off to go find her daddy, her father.
Okay, I'll talk to her.
I please would, because when I was trying to help her and I put her in a 2-minute timeout, Sage then came at me, screaming about how I was doing injustice by his sister, which distracted me, and when I explained where she was going, he then started to agree with me and said that we should tie her to the chair. And he should get Mr.
That sounds like him. Okay.
Who's Mr. Stabby?
That is a knife his father gave him, and I have taken it away from him.
Okay, that is even more reason, the next part. Anyway. Okay. What ended up happening is that Daria hasn't been going outside. At all. Not recess, not lunch, not anything. What happened is when I was distracted with Marigold and with Sage, apparently Daria came out and I was really excited, and then Sage started screaming and I saw Ghost go up and the door closed, and then Daria screeched and bit him across the face. I don't know what happened, but he got bit across the face and his shoulder got scratched. Poor thing was crying his eyes out. And she looks to you, Rustling. And I'm afraid I had to report Daria this time. I don't care what happens to me. But I can't let another child get hurt. And so, this is not a request. This is me saying you need to take your daughter to therapy. Because if you don't, and I don't want to do this, I will have to expel Daria. It's not her fault this is happening. Whatever she went through, I don't know, but she looks to you, Rustling. Please tell me you understand why we have to take her to therapy.
Yes, she's just rubbing her face.
I don't want her labeled as aggressive, and for the rest of her life she'll have to wear a muzzle. That's demoralizing and inhumane. I don't want to do that.
Right.
She nods, she goes to the door, she opens it. Rustling, Atlas and Oceanus come out. Daria comes out too with her tail tucked and her head down. Mabel, when she sees you, specifically she looks you up and down, she actually screeches and goes hiding under your tail rustling as Cold Duster goes, and that happens again.
Yeah, picks her up and holds her close. Hey. We're gonna get help, okay?
She just shakes. Cold Duster looks to all of you. I'm really sorry, but due to the fact you're all in a group, and she looks at you, Octavio, you all need to go.
Alright. Another thing to add to my list then? Okay.
It shouldn't take too long. When Oceanus comes out to see you, rustling, he flaps his wings, and sure enough, he is actually to hover for about 30 seconds before landing. Mama, do you see what I can do? I can get into the air. Do you see that? Did you see that?
Yes. That's very good, Oceanus.
Yeah, Atlas comes up, he looks really happy, he holds the one star like, look what I got!
I'm so proud of you, honey.
Yeah, they smile. And she chuckles, now, how about some good stuff, alright? I don't want you to think that it's all bad stuff.
I just figured ripping the band-aid off first would be good, and then having the nicer things.
I know. Yaro, why don't we start with you?
Alright.
First off, the good children this week is Flare and Wave.
It's good to hear.
Flare is actually doing his prancing. It's very common for baby Pecora to learn around 2 that they can prance and leap, and he's actually doing very well.
Wonderful.
Why is so adorable? Oh my god.
And, Wave actually has something else. Because as you know, Flare was a bit more of the faster one to learn how to talk. And she holds up Wave. Wave has been a little bit slower, but watch this. Wave looks up to you. Cold Duster looks down. Wave, what do you want and how do you ask it? Wave looks dead at you. Cookie, please.
He smiles and he leans down to hug him. Very
I
good,
don't-
Wave.
Yeah, he smiles and hugs you. Cookie, please.
He kind of like pats his side. I actually don't have one.
He looks at Cold Duster. Cold Duster hands him one. He eats it. We've been using cookies to help train Cypress, and basically, Flare, although has had the advanced amount of speaking, Wave we think has been a little bit slower due to his shyness. He wanted the cookies, and I have been teaching him to say, cookie, please. Now for the children who've been a little misbehaving, as she calls over, and I will say, sure enough, you see Flare prancing. Wave had come over because he saw his dad. Ruby comes over, Echo does too, and she smiles down. Okay, so once again, this isn't a bad thing, it's just she started to steal some paper from another student, so she got a 30-second timeout. But she did draw a lovely picture.
What is it?
I will say, all of you see, it looks like she's made a blue turkey.
Oh.
Like a really weird blue turkey.
Is it
And
something
again-
I recognize?
Oh, yes, it is, because specifically, she just holds it up, and she Cold Duster chuckles, she's even been saying a different word, and she just, smiles, looks to you, Papa, and just holds up the picture. You know exactly who that is, Yarrow!
Oh! He actually, stiffens a little bit at that, and he kind of looks down, and he kind of forces himself a smile as he leans down. That's very, very good, Rosa.
Yeah, it's just that Ruby has Ruby's been just told the paper that's not the bad thing. Echo is actually the one that did the very, very bad thing.
We're putting this woman through a ringer, dear God.
Yes, you all are. You better get her a good Christmas gift.
We are. We're gonna for Teacher Appreciation Day. We're giving her a full fucking gift basket.
I will say this. Echo looks up at all of you. Colduster looks down. Echo, you're allowed to say what you said this one time. Echo looks up at all of you. Shit!
Oh.
Octavio's trying not to laugh.
Yeah, no, Echo, we don't say that word, okay?
Shit!
Look, slowly just looks over at frickin' Yarrow. I've been trying to work on my swearing.
Kiro's head snapped over to Mabel when he laughed.
Mabel covers his mouth. He just goes, it's funny.
Octavio was like holding his hand against like fucking Mabel's like leg, trying not to keel over laughing.
I'm so sorry.
Echo is just doing a melody of shit, and just keeps doing that.
Okay, Echo, no, we don't say that word, Echo.
We're working on that. Echo, please stop. Which, funny enough, Echo does stop and look where he sticks out his hand. She hands him 2 cookies. He does. We are working on this. You are to say ship, not the other word. Shit, no, ship. Shit, no, ship. Ship. Very good. Hands him 3 cookies. He takes it. She rubs her face. It has been an interesting day.
I actually kind of needed that pick me up. Thank you.
Rusling's just mouthing, I am so sorry to freaking Garo. Because she, for some reason, whenever a child swears, she feels like it's her fault.
Yeah, let's just be a little careful around the room.
Yeah, he smiles, wags his tail. He has time to understand it. It was just it was a fun thing that when I was handing out snacks for everyone, that he said that when he was pointing at the food. I don't know where he picked it up, but yes, we're gonna work on that. Because Shadow isn't here, I will say you hear that Oleander and Vale, nothing too big, nothing different. It's just they're good. And last but not least, Mabel. Colduster smiles and nods. I think this you're going to be the happiest to hear. She waves over and the kids come over. She actually, again, you see Marigold and Sage looking a little unhappy as they're tucking their tails.
Yeah, it's just looking at them. You're just gonna hug the kids.
You do. And Sage looks up, looks to Colduster. Okay, we got a hug. We're not in trouble anymore.
No, you are in so much trouble, dude. Like, you are in trouble.
He blinks. But I'm not the one that bit someone.
Yeah, we're gonna deal with that. Also, don't say that about Daria.
What? She bit somebody. She bit my brother.
I mean, yeah, I understand that, but, like, also it seems like she's not having a great time right now, so I think you should be a little bit empathetic to her.
But I'm not empty.
That's not what that word means, kid.
Yeah, Marigold looks up. Sorry, Dad.
It's okay.
Yeah, she hugs. Daddy said I could come see him anytime I wanted, and it's usually okay. I just got excited.
It's fair, okay. You have to wait till you're out of school, though. You can't just leave. That scares her. Pointing at Colduster.
Colduster nods like she was like, dear God, I was scared. But it's never been a problem before. Yeah, but it shouldn't be. As Sage, like, nudges her. You shouldn't be going near him. But he's dead. No, he's not.
Sage.
He stops.
Just because he's not your dad doesn't mean that he's not important to her.
He shouldn't be.
Okay. just looks at him. We're having this conversation later, not in front of your sister.
Marigold nods and hugs. The difference between the two kids. Sage is stubborn as can be. Marigold is not. I wonder where he got that stubbornness from.
Definitely not from me. Anyway.
Oh, that's a lie.
This is all Zagreus' fault.
But no, Coal Duster actually nudges Cypress to go forward, and he looks at you and smiles, and Coal Duster looks dead at you. He has learned how to use the bathroom. All on his own.
He claps for him.
Yeah. Mabel, that's actually a big thing because in the old school, he was projected to never do that, as she smiles. We basically I let him go into the washroom, figure it out on his own. I gave him rewards, let him press buttons and do whatever he wanted. And he eventually has also known how to ask people for help by hitting a bell. And he's actually developing very well. I truly think if we keep this up, he will develop very well.
Good.
Yeah, Cypress, I will say, when you clap for him, he's not looking at you, but he does clap, like, happily.
Yeah, happy about this.
Now, this is the one I think you'll like the most. And I was honestly hoping you'd get here, because I think she's going to do it now. I will say this! Winterberry gets picked up, looks at you. Coal Duster points at you. Who's that? Who's that? You were almost doing it. Come on, who's that? Winterberry looks to you. Blinks. Papa!
Yeah, he's gonna pick her up and nuzzle her.
That's her first word, Mabel.
He's very happy about this. The baby.
Oh, it gets better, because when you nuzzle her, she looks at you. Love, Papa.
He's just like, eh.
Baby.
Ah, there you go.
He's gonna die.
No.
He's holding her and hugging her, but he's also like, where's my son? Where's my son? Where's Ghost? I need to hold him.
Indeed. I will say this. She picks up Vervain. Also, he's actually started to flap his wings. We saw him do his first little liftoff.
Oh, good.
That's a very big thing for him. Lots of developments. I'm sorry you weren't here to see it, but I promise you the children are getting a lot of aid here.
No, that's fine. I trust you.
Well, I appreciate it. She kind of looks at all of you. I'm not going to lie. I thought most of you wouldn't trust me after, all of this has been happening.
I mean, this clearly isn't your fault.
And these things are... Admittedly, some of this is not a development, so... I'm sorry.
It's all right. She kind of looks to you. She does have Joyful in her arms. Again, you're not a bad mother, and she's not a bad kid. She's just a little bit more than I can handle right now, and I wanted to push it under the, rug, but... I don't care if I get hurt, but... It looked really bad for Ghost.
Is that how is he?
They're trying to heal up his eye because the fang went close to it. Honeysuckle is a good nurse. A good doctor. She'll be okay. He will be alright. Last but not least, she hands Joyful over to you. The doctor should be back soon, but the good news, and this might make you a little happy, Joyful actually rolled over for the first time. At this rate, she'll probably be walking soon.
Oh, good.
Yeah, Joyful just lets out bubbles.
The baby.
Sure enough, you all see that when she finished that, you actually see Brilliance coming down with Ghost on his back. Hey, Nurse Honeysuckle want me to drop him off.
Yeah, fucking gently setting baby down. Go fucking run to grab my son.
You grab him. Ghost cuddles up to you. He looks up. Papa.
Are you okay?
It hurts.
Okay, yeah, holding him.
You do. He whines.
He's having slight PTSD problem right now, but unfortunately with who his mother is holding the boy.
You do. He looks. I can see out my other eye. It's just really fuzzy right now.
It'll get better.
He nods and cuddles up.
You're just hugging him, holding the boy.
She nods. She looks to all of you. I know you all have dinner right now, but technically it's gonna last for a bit. And so I can sign off on the form. And she looks to you, Rustling. Technically, I could avoid it altogether, so she doesn't have something on her record. Please just take her to the therapy appointment today. I've already sent a letter ahead. Please just go now.
Oh, yeah, right. I was meaning to stop by there anyway.
She looks to you. She rubs the back of her neck. She looks out. She goes in for a second. She comes out. All right. She holds out a form to you. I've signed off on 6 appointments for Daria. I will pay for them. All right?
She nods as she takes the paper. I do appreciate everything you've been doing for us.
She's a good child. No child deserves to be muzzled, and if I can avoid it, I want to. That will cover 6 therapy appointments. You don't have to pay me back. Just please take Daria to them, all right?
You have my word.
Good. And she looks at Daria, who, again, when Miss Coldduster comes by, she screams and hides more, because we need to fix this.
Yeah, she's rubbing her back. Oh, okay, sweetie. She's just nuzzling her.
You do. All right, everybody. Coldduster hitches up Buddy the Komodo dragon onto a wagon. Who would like to go? Well, technically you all should go. However, Coldduster looks to you, Octavio. You can stay back if you'd like, but going to therapy isn't a bad thing.
I know it's not a bad thing, it's just that, got a lot on my plate right now, I'm not gonna lie.
Well then, see your friends off.
Yeah, he kind of, like, takes, the rest of the party to the side. It's like, yeah, if it wasn't for the fact that I gotta go and check on Brio, I would definitely go with you guys. Just understand that's the reason why I have to go to the state.
No, that's cool.
We understand. Go help Jocelyn take care of that cat.
Cat.
Bird.
That bird.
Or, that's more accurate.
Indeed.
Extremely stilted.
More accurate, yeah.
All right, so I can set this up. Who is going to the stables with Octavio?
No.
I'm going to therapy, I guess.
All right, therapy. Okay, so that's the case then. Octavio, we're going to do you really quick, and then for everyone else, we're going to do your quick interaction to get you at the therapy appointment. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
Okay.
boy! Therapy. Russell never thought she'd be going, but you know, for her kid, she shall.
Mabel doesn't want to. He's just like, I don't need therapy. Everybody else in this car, this bitch needs therapy.
Yes. Now here's the funny thing. Buddy isn't fast. You know, he's not a fast boy. Monitor lizards, Komodo dragons aren't fast. But you see that Miss Coldduster packs him up, gives him a kiss, throws him a rabbit to eat, and then, sure enough, you all, like, huddle up, get in, and things go on their way. For you, Octavio, to set you up, you head out to the stable, and sure enough, Jocelyn is not there. Brio's there, and you see him, like, clawing and biting at the door.
Yeah, he kind of just walks up and heads on. It's like, hey there, buddy. Hey.
Oh, you're back.
Of course I'd be back. Made a promise that I'd keep an eye on you, so...
I don't need any help. And he kind of, like, painfully walks back, very clearly needing help as he trips.
Trust me, as someone who used to think that he didn't need help, trust me, it's a lot better to do this with someone else.
Why? How old are you?
This kind of thing's 20. I need to actually look at my character sheet real quick.
You should be about 24 or 25.
26. That's what I have on here.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
He's older than me.
This kobold's been through a lot, okay?
Yeah.
I'm 26. Done some living, and trust me when I say it's not fun to do it by yourself.
Oh, you're old. Okay.
Not that. He kind of sees for a second. It's like he kind of goes. I actually don't know how long kobolds live till.
You're older than me, so you're old.
You know what? Fair enough.
Fine, we're gonna do the stupid walking thing. Doesn't even matter. Brio snorts and kind of huddles into the straw.
It will matter in time.
It won't matter, I don't do anything. You can walk around, it hurts you and stand up. The lady's dumb and stupid and I don't want to be here.
That lady saved your life.
That lady's dumb.
Also,
there's no dragons, I'm stuck here all day in a dumb stupid stable for animals. I'm not an animal.
and would you rather be back where you were before?
At least I had other dragons. And he looks over. I'm stuck here alone in a place where all I get to think about is how painful everything is.
Or you have to deal with that.
It's your kind that did it to me. And he just curls up tighter.
Don't. He kind of sighs. Not even gonna defend myself with it.
He kind of looks you up and down like, oh, he's agreeing with me. Yes.
Yeah, he just kind of sees that and smirks. You're just right about something.
No, I'm always right about everything. And he just curls up. People are just too dumb to listen.
Well, please. He kind of just sits down. I'm willing to listen. Tell me all your thoughts, all your opinions.
He blinks. Oh no, you've opened the worst thing for a child, which is letting them talk.
He's making the ultimate sacrifice, getting him started.
Yep.
Yep.
It gotta let all this out, or it's just gonna bottle up and it's just gonna get worse.
Looks at you, blinks. People are dumb, and I think everything's dumb. And he just kicks the straw. He basically just goes on a little emo rant, if we will, being like, the sky is dumb, and shells and eggs are dumb, and like, burn cream is dumb, and just all these things. He just keeps going, Octavio. He does this for a while.
He does this for a while. I need to put, like, apply burn cream or stuff like that still, or...
You do, and it's a painful experience of putting it on and getting him to walk. The entire time, he doesn't stop telling you about everything he thinks is horrible and dumb and stupid, which is everything, apparently.
Yeah.
But that's your time. For everyone else, very quickly, in the card, all of you see that the kids stay far away from Daria. Atlas and Oceanus do actually spend time near her. But the funny thing is that everyone else is very anxious, except Oleander. Oleander walks over, puts his tail near Daria, and Daria gives it a squeeze.
Oh.
I have to change the music.
Oh boy.
Wait, which one's Oleander?
Oleander is Shadowleap's kid.
Oh. The one who didn't try to steal the cloak.
Yeah.
The good boy.
Yes. Here's the funny thing. As all of you have almost hit the Drake Merchant Fields, you actually all see Taylor locking up his shop, looking over, seeing all of you, waving, "Hey! You all look doing okay?"
Head into therapy.
Yeah, Buddy stops and looks to him. He goes up. "Whoa, that sucks. See, I'm happy I'm too old for therapy.
God, I wish.
Yeah, it's called the age of I decide when I go to therapy or not, and no one else can tell me because I don't live with anybody else.
I wish.
I feel like that's not entirely how that works.
Eh, says you. I live alone.
Blinks, squints. What about Clementine?
Oh, yeah, she's been a gem. Actually, he holds up a basket, which you see has, like, coloring books. Like, basically coloring books, pencil, like, chalks, pastels, paints, a stuffed toy, a new blanket, some goodies, treats, like, tons of stuff. I've been trying to give her a lot of good time. Plus, I've been helping her take it easy. Every evening, every morning, I come by, I read her books. I just want her to know it's safe, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I don't want her thinking I'm gonna turn out like that guy. Which reminds me, what happened to him anyway? They didn't tell me.
Slowly looking over. A good question, DM.
Oh, he got arrested and sent to Frostpoint.
Oh, arrested and sent to Frostpoint.
Oh, really now? That's really great to know. He's got a big smile on. He's just smiling at all of you. I'll have to go visit there at some point.
I don't think he's worth the effort.
No, I definitely think I should go visit him at some point.
Blinks. Is that
You all
legal?
can insight him.
Let's say, I don't
I don't need.
No, I don't.
I
Think
don't.
I think they said that they don't allow like even visitation there at Crosspoint. Oh,
Ah, but you are not here,
I know
Octavio.
I'm not there. I'm just giving an observation out as a player. So.
No. As a player, I don't think I need to insight. I know that tone.
Maybe. Would anyone like to insight him? Okay, Yarrow.
Yeah, that's a
you don't
15 for
know.
Yarrow.
Yarrow,
Okay.
you think he's being genuine?
What is my insight, actually?
Rustling,
thought it
you
was
think he's
good.
being genuine.
Oh,
Well, frick.
there you go.
Okay.
Child of the God of Truth.
So, player information due to the fact that this is Taylor is an NPC. I rolled on the GM layer. I got a 25 and a 26. Yeah. So, Mabel, very clearly he is lying. He doesn't want to go visit him. He wants to either kill him or torture him, which could affect the whole trial.
Just stares at him. No fucking expression, because he doesn't usually give expressions. He just kind of stares and tilts his head and goes,
It would probably compromise the trial if you kill him.
Looks at all of you, snaps his fingers, time stop happens. Oh, I'm not gonna kill him. See, you don't have to kill him because that would be too quick. And I don't
agree.
want it quick. What
I
I
agree.
want is for him to either go to the 9 hells or the abyss. I want him every single waking moment till he's old and gray to think about what he did to her and to be punished every single day about it.
You know.
So he is in so much pain and anguish that he regrets even being born, and he waits for the sweet embrace of the 9 hells and the void of the abyss to swallow him whole. But anyway, I'm gonna go give Clementine a sandwich and such. So yeah, thanks for telling me about Frostpoint.
Okay, I didn't know that you could terrify me that much.
Wrestling's just having this approving grin.
Don't worry, Yarrow. You haven't made me upset enough to turn that on you. And I wasn't really too mad when I was talking. He pats her back. No. I'm just gonna make a teleportation circle in his cell so he can fear for his life for every goddamn day of his life.
I like this Taylor.
I'm
a lot.
I'm gonna make sure that my friend sends him torturous dreams about him being in the position he put Clementine in for the rest of the millennia. And, maybe the next year, every day, making sure that every cut, insult, and moment of fear she felt goes right into him, and I can watch it on his face every day.
Don't forget about the mental turmoil.
That's exactly what I mean. You get me. He smiles. By the way, speaking Clementine, he rummages through his bag. Look, it's kind of lame. The writers can't do squat. And the fact that they can't torture him, and people like me have to break into his cell and make him fear for his life every day and waking second. But you all save Clementine. All of you save Clementine. And I know it's been a bit, but I really care about her. And don't worry. She does have grandparents, I found out. And I'm specifically making a lawsuit, whatever you want to call it, so they never get their grimy little mitts on her because they knew what was happening and didn't stop it.
See, I agree with that one.
Good! You and I are on the same side, buddy. I might ask you to help me hide a body sometime.
Please don't.
Please don't do this.
But the point is, you all helped Clementine. And besides of something she wanted me to give you all, just smiles, I personally wanted to tell you, if you need something done, I don't care what it is. Don't have to give me a reason what you need done. Murder, torture, kidnapping, blackmail, except for sexual assault and stuff with children, I'm willing to do anything. Okay?
I love how it's taken this long for Taylor to ask us to bury a dead body.
Ruin, please control your boyfriend.
Wrong universe.
Ruin doesn't exist in this world, but someone does.
He's not real. He's not real.
He's gotta
Tristan, control your boyfriend.
He's gotta be fucking someone, though. He's gotta be fucking
Oh,
one of
you'll
the
find
gods.
out. He looks to all
Taylor
of you.
can't live without banging.
Yeah.
Exactly. He looks to all of you. Anyway, just know, you need something done. I don't care who the target is. I don't care what it is. You just tell me, and I will get it done. Okay?
Okay.
Good. Also, this is from Clementine. He hands a picture over to all of you.
Oh.
It is a colored picture of Clementine. It's a kid drawing, so it's a colored picture of Clementine hugging or like getting hugged by all of you. And specifically at the bottom goes, "Thank you to my heroes."
At the player, wrestling inside.
Indeed. And the last thing he does is as he walks off, he smiles to all of you. Thank you again. And remember, I won't tell anybody about the little blue dragon you've been keeping around. If you don't tell anybody, I'm gonna go torture that man.
Okay.
Clementine told me that y'all were carrying a baby blue dragon.
Bluebird.
Exactly. A strange blue cat.
I do love the idea that we just can't decide if it's a cat or a bird.
Honestly, I'm gonna commit to this bit for the rest of the campaign, so...
What the fuck is Vulture?
Cat.
Yeah.
I thought he had wings.
He does not.
No.
He is just a normal house cat.
What? Okay, what's the winged cat's called specifically?
Tresemme.
A tresemme.
Yeah, he does a thumbs up.
Look. I understand the confusion with Vulture because he is named after a bird.
Yeah.
To be fair, though, that was 8-year-old Maple who was like, "My friend is a vulture."
Indeed.
You didn't think this cat would live this long.
Technically, he has died, so.
He has died multiple times.
Oh yeah.
And maybe
But
can bring him back.
What I will say is all of you see that as Taylor walks off, and just as you're about to get in the carriage, something actually poofs in Taylor's bag, almost like a little wisp of something. And climbing out is a chameleon, who just sits on his shoulder and nuzzles right up into his, like, the crook of his neck as Taylor scritches it. Would anyone like to roll me a religion?
Chameleon.
Sure. Shashti?
I swear if the
12.
joke I made is actually accurate.
If it is,
Okay, Mabel, you made it. Rustling, you made it. Yara, you didn't.
if it is Shashti, I'm gonna laugh so fucking hard.
If it's who I joked is actually, I'm gonna lose my shit.
Okay.
The end
I
of 600
forgot
strikes.
Octavio did need to roll because he's not here. God dang it.
Unfortunately.
The end
Okay.
of 600 strikes is Shashti and Rallis. Take that as you will.
Context for the audience. Shashti is the first character that was in a game that I DM'd from Churgo II. In fact, he was actually in DRS in one of the videos that was made a long time ago. But no.
Under the name Vax.
Yes. Mabel, rustling. That's enough. The chameleon is a symbol of Galdor, the celestial of magic and everything else. There's a good chance it might just be a normal chameleon. However, it turns around to look at all of you. Its eyes flash, and you just see a little smile get on his face as it clings to Taylor. It looks like a few of you aren't the only ones having sex with, well, celestials.
Oh,
And as you all get back in the cart, you eventually make your way to a building where we wrap off here. We'll wrap up here. A very large, imposing, dark-looking building that has above it the Healing Touch Therapy Center. And that's where we're calling it for today, everybody!
Oh boy!
Indeed.
You guys get to go to therapy next week.
Yay!
And why do I get the feeling Octavio is somehow gonna get teleported there?
You'll find out. But
He
for
just
now,
said-
everybody, say your goodbyes as we close off this session.
Goodbye.
Goodbye!
Bye.
Bye-bye. And next week, fingers crossed, we'll be having our 2 other players come back.
Mom, pick me up. I'm scared.
I just realized.
No.
All right. Somebody say a funny bit. We don't have the funny Brit man here.
Taylor,
I said it. I said the funny bit. I gave you the bit.
Taylor knows where you live.
Oh fuck.
And he just wants to talk to you about your car's extended warranty.